Okay, little priest. How about you get something nice? Start the week off right. Okay, and what we didn't get. Um. Oh, a haste first staff. Hmm. A socketed helm. And we already have a leech helm, so probably not that. Some boots with not dog shit stats on them. A cloak that we do need. Okay, so do we take mythic gloves or can I get mythic gloves from raid? That might be a do you drop gloves? Your shoulders, your gloves. Okay, so I think we wait till alt raid to see if I get gloves off what's his face. If so, honestly I kinda wanna take the staff. Um just have a 639 bis staff. Probably not taking the helm. The boots would be a big upgrade on stats, but or like, there's, well, I guess the good news is a lot of things here that are potentially upgrades. Um, Unfortunately, none of them are like a easy no-brainer upgrade. But yeah, we could take the cloak. The cloak's the one thing I still don't even have on heroic track. Still a champ track 606, so this would be a big odd level upgrade. But the stats are bad. What does cloak catalyze into on priest? Is this something I could be? Yeah, catalyzed cloak for priest is actually kind of bis. So could be cloak, could be gloves, could be the weapon, could be boots. TBH. I don't know how hard it is to get good boots. I think they. I don't think there's any good boots that come from raid, right? Uh, yeah, both those suck. You guys got any good boots in here? Nope. These might be the only good boots that exist. Those. Crit verse. Yeah. Eh. I hate taking boots when I've already got mythic boots, but those are... I can catalyze any cloak. Turn it in. And this drops off first boss, so I could get this off first boss too. In all raid. Okay. A lot of decisions. A lot of decisions there. We'll wait on that, see what we get from raid. Alright, Shaman, you have very few things left that you need. I think highest on the priority list right now would be legs or trinket. That's not the correct building. Is this a hard week to heal? I don't even know what the affix is this week. Alright. So Shaman, we want trinket or legs or bracers, I guess. Okay, well, there's some bracers. Some other bracers with a socket. Dog shit ones, but oh, they're heroic. Fuck, man. Okay, well, yeah, I think we just take the bracers. Not exactly the stats I want. Are those fixable with catalyst charges? Yeah, the problem again, we may have to wait till raid because there's raid bracers that drop off of who is it? Secrin? Yeah, Secrin drops. Crivers. Okay, yeah, we can fix those with okay. So worst case scenario, we take bracers. If we get bracers from raid, then I guess we could take a socket for the helm or something. Not the not the choicest vault, but there is an upgrade there, which is not always the case. Wasn't the case last week, so we did also get Cyril Concoctory on a shaman while doing weeklies last night, so that pleases me. All right, and druid. All right, druid, you still need another trinket, or you still need bracers, right? Or a cloak. And then as between bracers and cloak, I think if I don't get one of those, or if I get one, I'll craft the other, I think, this week. Okay. Come on. Come on. What up, CBA? Trinket, I think. I think I want a trinket. Changeling. Well, not exactly the trinket I wanted. But... Or bracers. Or leech boots with bad stats. Yeah, I don't think I want leech boots with bad stats. Although those can be catalyzed into... Jesus Christ, dude. Not this shit again. Ah! So, could use bracers. Now, these aren't the stats I want. There are better bracers out there, including ones off like first boss in Raid, I think, or one of the first bosses. Yeah, Bloodbound has haste mastery bracers. So, again, I think we're waiting till Raid. But Changeling is, at the very least, allows me to get my mythic track. Catalyst into haste mastery? Yeah, those would be Bisque boots if I catalyze them. So we could take these, catalyze them, craft. I think if I was going to craft this week, I was going to craft cloak, which is what the rare cloak is. Like, you know, obviously I think people would like to use the rare cloak, but also I have no idea. Like, I don't expect to get that from raid anytime soon. And so you're just like praying to get it from vault, and you know, you could go a month without seeing that. So now again, that's a thing that you could get from raid. Off first boss, but same deal. I think a lot of people would be rolling on that. Although this is my main raid character, and I imagine a lot of people in main raid, it's a little more dire for my alts because we have some trash can ass alts in there right now, so everybody needs everything. But in main raid, there's actually a decent chance that if the cloak dropped, I could yoink it. Now, the problem is we've been fucking selling main raid, and so that just goes to whoever the buyer is. That is the frustrating part about selling non-end bosses, is that when you're not selling some cool item, then you're just selling loot, which means somebody's walking in and hoovering up everything, and it's like, all right. But yeah, so I think this is another one where we wait till... How many bosses? Either 4 or 6, depending what the person wants to buy. But we have done a 6 of 8 in the past. Okay, well, nothing in the vault was obvious enough. Oh, I was gonna look at how big of an upgrade Changeling would be. All Alright, so Top Gear, import. Alright, so that is an... Wait, why does this say that... Why isn't this showing my Spy Masters? Oh, do I just not have it selected? Okay. Oh, dude, that's fucking sad, man. It's saying... it is telling me that my 626 Spy Masters is better than a 639 Changeling. Ever so slightly, but it's saying it is better. For raid, at least. I don't know about dungeon. For dungeon, Changeling's better by actually a fair bit. Which seems about right. But I want to use Cyril Concoctory in dungeons, not Changeling. Yeah, it sucks. I want to take the trinket, just to take the trinket. Like, just to have a mythic track trinket. And it's not like a wasted trinket slot. It's not like I'm taking the egg from Grim Batol or some shit. But it's also not a thing I'm like jumping up and down to use. Wouldn't use it in raid. Wouldn't really want to use it in keys. I mean, I might use it in keys just because it's better, but first of all, character, no, we did all three. I did not get a vault on my evoker last night because I fucked up. Once again, I waited till the last minute to do weeklies. I thought I gave myself enough time. I thought reset was at midnight for whatever reason. It's at 11. At 10:30, I walk into a key, and then I get the notification. It's like, you have 30 minutes till your reset. And I was like, oh shit. But I still, I walked in with my evoker into a level 10 necrotic wake, and it was 30 minutes. I was like, okay, well, I get shit, but also it's necrotic wake 10. Like 30 minutes is enough time to do this. We walk in, tank grabs half the first room. We all catastrophically wipe instantly. And I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. But a fast wipe will take a lot of time off the timer, but it doesn't make the clock move any slow or any faster. So technically I still have like 28 minutes to time or to just finish this game. I don't have to time it. We just need to finish it. So wiping like that is really bad for the timer, but it doesn't actually change whether or not I get the key done. That proceeded to be like the worst group I've ever been in. I don't know how. There was like 3 people in the group that were above 625 eye level, and like nobody knew how to do any fucking mechanics. We wiped on Amarth 4 times, I think. Several times due to not killing ads. And one time, let's see. One time just to like, nobody kicking the fucking boss. Like, nobody kicked the fucking boss. Like, on pole, when nothing else is happening, the boss bolted somebody 2 times in a row because nobody... I was just like, I was shocked. And the group was 2 shaman, like 2 DPS shamans and a warrior. We had infinite kicks. Like the most kick-heavy group you could possibly have, and nobody knew where the fuck their kick key was. And I was so mad that I managed to get into, like, the most dog shit group. And one of the dudes also, I didn't realize till the key started, one of the guys in the group was, like, 590 eye level or something. I know, like, I looked at a couple of the guys on before the key started, and apparently I didn't notice this guy, but one of the dudes was just doing like less damage in the tank the whole run. But even still, on a 10, that should have been fine. Everybody else was like 626, 627, 628. Should have been fine. But anyway, so we didn't finished the key before reset, and so my evoker didn't get anything. But yeah, I looked at vault on that. I haven't taken vault on any character because there's all of them have things that could come from raid. So we're gonna wait till raid this week. But nothing. No dead vault. Every vault has something that somebody can take that would be useful, but also no, like last week or the week before last, we got the avoidance gale. That was like an easy like going like there will be nothing else I could get that would make me not take that. So nothing like that this week. Loving options like that on the character. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't anything like super sexy. Like there was nothing. Like I said, obviously, if you open up the vault and see a gale with avoidance on it, um, that's a magical moment. But at the same time, it's also nice to open up a vault and just have like options. You know, nothing crazy, but also like okay, there's several things in here that can improve my character. And we're getting to that point in the season now where all of the like big ticket items you've for the most part taken already. So almost by necessity, we're getting to the point where you're either swinging for the fence on a hard to get item like a Abyss trinket or something, or you're going to start selecting the things you've been avoiding selecting all season long, like cloak, bracers, rings, shit like that. So eventually you have to take them, you know. And we're now starting to get to that point where it's the stuff that I need isn't stuff that I want to take, but it's stuff I kind of have to take. Which of these is the most recent update? What the hell? I guess we'll delete this one. I'm assuming it's this one. And bro, what the fuck is this mix? Shut up. All right. So, with the vault that we have on this character, we are probably looking at taking either... I don't know, man. Like, it feels really bad to not take the changeling. I just don't think I'd play it. I don't think I'd use it in keys. I mean, maybe that's me being stupid. Like, maybe I need to give up this love affair with Serial Concoctory if there's an option to... if we have the ability to play a 639 changeling, which by all accounts I think is like a fairly good trinket. You know, maybe it's the kind of thing where like I need to just grow up and take the trinket. How does that compare to... I was actually bugging Volk last night to try to put Concoctory, like to try to take a reasonable stab at the stats it provides and add that to Questionably Epic, because I'd be very curious what the estimated value of that is. And I feel like you can do a decent job of guessing at what that would be worth. At least ballpark it. But let's see. This trinket or Unbound Changeling in dungeons compared to using Spy Masters would be I think a 0.23% upgrade, 3700 HPS. Reluctant to replace even mythic trinkets? Well, if it makes you feel better, avoidance, I feel like, is less. Tertiaries are less of a big deal this expansion than ever before. They've been nerfed. And the difference between heroic and mythic now is like relatively large. Like going from let me do a quick item compare here. If we put in Gale of Shadows at 626 and compare it to my Gale, I have a 639 Gale that's giving me its 5,000 score, whatever the fuck, and 626 is 4550. So actually I'm not sure how much of an HPS upgrade. Let me see if Top Gear tells me what that is in terms of HPS value. One sec. How do I not make it automatically add vault items? Damn it. There's also that fucking ring in my vault that's like also relatively good stats. Gale. Oh, it's not. It won't show me the difference. God damn it! It won't show me the difference between between two items that are the same, I guess. But yeah, the difference between trinkets that are. Let me see if I can find something that'll give me an estimation. Okay, yeah, there's a difference. So it's going from 639 to 626 Gale is 7,000 HPS, which is like 0.5% of throughput. So by going from a 626 item to a 639 item, it would be, at least for Gale, I don't know if it would be quite that big for other trinkets, but that's like almost 0.5% more throughput. So yeah, you lose maybe like a little over percent of damage reduction on AoE effects, but you're gaining 0.5% of throughput, which, unless you literally need that 1% to live a thing, unless it's like, yeah, I get one shot through this thing, then the 0.5% of throughput is going to be like a really big deal. How's Vault Day looking? Nothing that is so good that I'm just taking it. No questions asked. But also every character has. The short answer is I'm taking nothing out of the vault today because every character has options that are potentially available from the first 4 bosses in Mythic Raid. So we're going to wait and see what drops in Raid and if we can get any of that, and then we'll take vaults afterwards. So we should know what we're taking on Druid by tomorrow night. But for Priest and Shaman, we'll have to wait till Monday's alt raid to see what what drops in there. But every character's got something that's an upgrade, but also nothing that's like a no-brainer. We take this right now and don't think about anything else kind of upgrade. But I mean, at this point in the season, that's in a lot of ways all you can ask for, is that there's like something useful to take from the vault, because it's getting to the point now, you know, like on my druid, don't need a helm, don't need neck, don't need shoulders, don't need chest, don't need gloves, don't need belt, pants, boots, one ring, one trinket. I already have weapons I could upgrade to 639 in my bags. So a lot of it is just like, you're just trying to fill out a couple of spots that you've either haven't seen or been avoiding taking. Like, obviously, up to this point in the season, you probably not want to take a cloak or bracers if you could avoid it. So we're just getting to that point now where you gotta take the shit you've been dodging, because it's a relatively small upgrade. So a lot of these vaults it's gonna be like eating your vegetables time. But yeah, so I think the druid could. I have exactly this vault or this cloak in vault on druid on mythic track. I could take that. There's also bracers though. What are my bracers catalyzed? It's not good. If I remember right. I don't think I can save bracers by catalyzing them. High crit, low haste. Yeah, it's not really what I want to do. But yeah, we could. I have both cloak and bracers, which are my two lowest pieces right now. Both 619. So I could take one from the vault and craft the other, which is what I was leaning towards doing last week. However, there's also boots in my vault that have leech on them, and those boots catalyze into bis stats. These are catalyzed boots already. Boots catalyze into haste mastery, very high haste. So getting leech boots on mythic track means you can turn them into something nice. But that cuts the other way too. Of like, if I ever get leech boots ever again, I can always catalyze those. But also this season, I just feel like leech is just not, you know, like, what's the most recent dungeon we did? We did a 16 mists here. How much leech? Leech did 1.3% of my healing, and I have 3% leech. So first off, it's just hard to get a lot of leech, and even if you do, I feel like it's not contributing a ton to my HPS. What would that be in terms of upgrade value? Let me look here. If we catalyze these boots. Guess we'll do quick item compare. Okay, what is a catalyzed Ace Mastery give me compared to what I'm wearing right now? So it makes the value of these go up by 200, which is threads of the great. Okay, what is 630 or what does 626 of these boots look like? 626 is okay, so adding leech to these boots would be the equivalent of going from heroic to mythic. So it would basically be like adding another like 13 eye levels to the boots, which is kind of a big deal. I mean, that's Oh god damn it. So if I hate fucking taking not upgrades from the vault. Like not high level upgrades from the vault at this point. But there's also nothing in the vault right now that's like, what would I use? Heroic Gale or Mythic Sackbrood? Almost assuredly you're playing Mythic. The only trinket that I think could outweigh a Heroic trinket at this point is Spy Masters. Or the only Heroic trinket that could outweigh Mythic would be Spy Masters. I think Spy Masters is good enough that you would play that over some Mythic trinkets. Otherwise, I think um, every every trinket on Mythic track, if you level it to 639, is gonna, yeah, even 639, a 639 Sackbrood is, I'm looking, it's better than my 626 Spy Masters. So yeah, you at least for dungeons. For raid, it's Spy Masters is still very slightly better than Sackbrood, but so yeah, dude, I want to take like every one of these pieces. I want these are this takes me from Heroic to Mythic track. 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 These are all 4 slots that I still need to upgrade. Like my Druid needs 4 slots upgraded. No, 5 slots, I guess. No, Ring is one of them. Sorry, my Druid has Cloak, Bracers, Ring, and Trinket that it needs to upgrade still, and it's these 4 things. And each of these is like useful because I could sort of, I guess these are not great stats. Probably don't want to take Bracers, I don't think. And I guess I probably don't want to take Cloak either. But Ringworm is nice if for no reason other than the fact that it's higher eye level, 629 compared to some of these other things. So it not only is decent stats, but it also unlocks my, or it gives me one more, it gives me 15, it saves me 15 crests when I start upgrading. So I could put those towards something, but mostly I just need shit from raid. I need to get like a cloak from raid or bracers from raid, something that I can help me make my decision. Hold on real quick. Let me, one sec. I'll be right back. Okay. What do I prefer? Keeper over Wildstalker? The big deal for me is protective growth, 8% while you have regrowth on you. I just find that to be a very useful talent for survivability. I feel like it's like crazy valuable to just have 8% DR on demand. All right, has anybody got any 16s up? No, any. Got some four. I don't need any 14s, right? All right. Is Druid heal? Dude, I love the I love the translation for celerity, which is such a it's such like an archaic word in English. The first time I ever saw that, it caught me off guard. I was like, "Cell? What the fuck is cell?" And then it clicked. It's like, "Oh, celerity! Holy fuck!" Uh, yeah. For maximum healing, haste mastery is your are your two stats. Okay. Um, is there anything in here? I think I just should probably send like 10s for crests for now. And then what can we accomplish today? Anything? Um, like I said, I want to craft either cloak or bracers, and I'm leaning towards cloak because in terms of raw throughput, a 636 cloak with haste mastery on it is going to do more for healing for me than the 639 rare cloak. It's just that the rare cloak has the effect on it, which is obviously very powerful. I think, but uh, if I craft 636 bracers, those would still be less good than if I get the 639 bracers from Bloodbound Horror. Like these would I think be better with 3 more eye levels than actually let me double check that. Rune branded armbands 636 with haste mastery compared to what the fuck are these called? Polluted 639. All right. Yeah. So the 639 bracers are better slightly. So we would, and they're like I said, they're off second boss, so they shouldn't be that hard to get eventually. Whereas rare cloak, you might not get that at all this season. So I think I would lean towards crafting a haste mastery cloak this week, and then whatever we get from Vault. The thing that bums me out is I still have upgrades that I could use. Like I still have things that could be upgraded with crests, and if I craft, then I use all of my remaining crests. But actually, I don't even know if I use. I don't even know if I put an embellishment on my cloak. I was thinking about swapping out my my weapon because I've got now main hand offhand that I could use to uh replace my two-hander, but all of the things I could put on a cloak suck ass compared to a weapon embellishment, and I don't know that it's worth it. I think maybe I just keep using this weapon in the meantime until I find something I Okay, what was the other thing I was going to disenchant? There was something else in my bags I didn't want. What was it? I can disenchant you guys because I have avoidance shoulders. And there was something else. What was it? Oh, I can disenchant you. Ah, the collies. That's what it was. All right. Yeah, in some ways, I mean, obviously it's better to have a vault with a lot of options than no options, but in some ways it kind of sucks when you just get like stun locked. When you open up your vault and you're like, fuck, man, there's like 4 things here I could use. God damn it. Does Engie Bracers being single stat make a difference to power level at all? Actually, I kind of forgot you could do that. What are the engineering bracers called? Although maybe I would want to put
I have calibrated my prices to
my...
be reasonable.
Fuck are the... Venting. Fan braces. Wait, it's not letting me choose a single stat for them. It's making me choose a... Oh, there. Okay, it's a separate haste. All right, so if we just do a single stat on bracers, then those become better than the 639 ones, but not by much. They are basically as much better than the 639 ones as the 639 ones are compared to the 636 crafted with haste mastery. So very slightly better, but basically a push. Partly just because I'll be in haste DR, I think, by that point, and so some of the haste on the bracers gets reduced a bit. Oh yeah, and I meant to look at how good this ring is at 639. Where did that ring go? Ring, where are you? Okay, if I take you to 639, are you better? Yeah. Oh wait, did I have auto add sockets on or no? Auto add sockets. No, I did not. Okay. With dude, this is pathetic. With sockets, this 639 ring in my vault is like fucking 0.1% better or some shit than this circle of bone. The other thing that's causing me not to want to take a ring is that I don't know when the 07 patch is coming out. Oh, dude, I just realized it's the 07 patch. I don't know when the 07 patch is coming out, but if that gives you a ring that you can upgrade, then I don't really want to take a ring from my vault if I'm going to end up replacing it with that ring pretty quickly. So I don't want to take just like some shit ring just to get a 639 one if I just turn around and replace it with the annulet. Anyway, so probably not taking that ring. Who just followed me on Twitter? What was this? Oh, what the hell? Dude, I just got notified on Twitter that somebody followed me, which means that whoever's account it is has enough followers that Twitter's algorithm deems it worth me being notified. So I check it, and it's the first image on it is some naked dude in a gimp mask. And it was like, okay. How's the new CPU? It bangs. It bangs. I was about to say I'm happy with the purchase, but I didn't buy it. They sent it to me. So I'm very happy spending $0 on it. But if I'd have known, if you would have been able to let me test drive it and then asked, would you be willing to spend money on it? I probably would have said yeah. It's enough of an upgrade that I probably would have dropped like whatever the retail is, 450, 500 bucks on it. And for transparency, I did buy the 7800 X3D, even though it was unfortunate timing. My relationship with AMD started blossoming shortly after that, and I think I ended up receiving like 2 or 3 free 7800 X3Ds as part of various promotions from that point onwards. But the first one I got, I did spend my own money on it. Okay, so after all that, where did I end up with my decisions for today? I think I want to craft. I want to craft an item. 636 item, I guess. Unless I get something from raid that I can use crest to upgrade. Because I could take something from vault. Yeah, I guess that's the other thing. If I take something from vault, I'll need to upgrade it, right? Unless I take the boots. If I take the leech boots, I don't have to upgrade those with crests because I'm already capped. So that would just be like adding leech. How big of an upgrade is the cloak if I craft it over the cloak I have now? I don't know why I'm looking at all this shit right now. It's like it's kind of meaningless till after raid. Okay, if we, what's the consecrated cloak? Right, yeah, okay, consecrated cloak 636 with haste mastery would be how big of an upgrade over cloak I have now? 5. Oh my god, it's almost 600. Holy shit, that's a way bigger upgrade. That is a way bigger upgrade than taking the leech boots. And what's the bracers that I have over? We take the where's the ones in vault? Yeah. We leveled you to 639. Where do you end up? 2802. Only like 100. Yeah, the problem with these bracers is if I take bracers and I don't put a socket on them, they're just not going to be that much better than my socketed bracers. In fact, I'm now realizing that my thing is telling me I should be using my non-socketed leech bracers over. I guess maybe my stats have hit the point now where it's worth doing this, but it's telling me these are slightly better, my leech ones instead of my socketed ones. So we'll do that, I guess, for the time being. But anyway, did I have PC or ISP? So yeah, so my stream dropped out yesterday on Twitch, and I have no idea why. None of my other shit went down. Like my, I was still streaming to Twitter the whole time, still streaming to YouTube the whole time, still able to play WoW, still able to be on like Discord, access all my normal websites. It was just specifically Twitch, the Twitch like ingest server or something. Just wouldn't take my upload. I don't know what the fuck happened. I could see Twitch chat, like people, saying F, like, where did he go? Is he coming back? I could read everything, but I couldn't respond. Every time I tried to type a message, it would wait a few seconds and then it would be like, message failed to send. So it's very bizarre. I have no idea what the fuck happened. I don't think I've ever really had an internet issue like that before. And then after like 30 minutes, then it just started working again. So I don't know. The good news is all of it caused me to look at my OBS to try to figure out what the hell was going on and realize in doing so that I actually looked at my YouTube's settings and I realized at some point, my YouTube settings went back to dog shit, and I've just been uploading at like 1080p, I think, to YouTube for, I don't know, probably a month at least. I don't know when the fuck that happened, but we are now back to uploading beautiful 4K footage to YouTube, and we got to start using. I tried when I originally started multi-streaming to YouTube to use the AV1 encoder, and there was, for some reason, it didn't work. I can't remember what the deal was, but I ended up just using the 265 encoder. But we've swapped to the AV1 encoder now, and it seems to be working without a hitch, so that's pleasing. But yeah, so my my YouTube footage is now very sex. Okay, so I guess we'll look again now, see if there's any 15s up. None of these are anything that I need. So in the meantime, we just need to get our crests, and then tomorrow after raid, we will make a determination about what to craft or take from vault. I don't know, maybe I should just take the boots with leech on them. Those are they're not a bit, like taking a cloak and going to 639 with the cloak would be a bigger upgrade by a lot, but long term, leech boots will be more valuable than any of the things I would take from vault this week. Or we could take, I have a 639 changeling. I just don't want to play changeling in keys. I would rather play concoctory. When healing Mythic Plus and Raid, what pod do I use? Haste or Mastery? Haste. Haste. 15 Grimba. I did that yesterday, didn't I? Yeah, it's only City that I need now. Okay. Well, it's looking like 15s. Yeah, like I said, once I got done with a 15 Grimba and City, which we've now done the Grimba, so it's only City. If I get a 15 City done, the chances of finding any keys for score in chat will become very few and far between. Because you'll have to find 16s. I don't even remember how many 16s I've seen in LFG over the last few days. I'll bet I could count on one hand the number of 16s that I've seen pop up. And the higher up you get, the less likely they are to invite a druid. If you start seeing 16s in chat, then that's, or in LFG, then those are probably the keys where they're going to be incredibly picky about what they bring. Yeah. And the chance that they bring a resto druid when there must undoubtedly be a shit ton of priests and shamans in the queue seem pretty small. All right. Paul's in a minute. You know what? We'll sign up for a miss just for funsies, just to have a little bit of a little for fun kind of thing, you know? See if they accept me. Hell yeah. All right. Where are we going? Yeah, so if I were to take the leech boots, then we could send 90 crests on a crafted item. And the crafted item would be almost a 500 point upgrade over what I'm wearing now, which would be very large. Because not only would it be 17 eye levels, it would be a complete reversal of the stats from crit burst to haste mastery, which would be a much bigger. Even just crafting a 619 cloak with haste mastery would be a decent bump in terms of throughput. But yeah, we just got to see what we get from raid this week. And like I said, the good news with druid, as opposed to shaman and priest for raid loot, my shaman and priest are in the alt runs, and we have a bunch of rat alts right now, so that's not really helping my ability to swoop loot on the alt runs. My druid, however, is in main raid, and a lot of those dudes are tricked the fuck out because they weren't benched every week. So a much better chance that we could get loot off the early bosses. The problem there being we have started selling loot, and so something like cloak is almost invariably going to be a thing that the buyer is like, yeah, I'll take that if it drops. Okay, was there anything I was going to change about my talents? I don't think so. All right, what kind of gear does Mike have? 632? Damn, highest eye level in the group. Unlock. Dude, why does Pally have so many fucking things that I track? What the hell?
2, 1.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
We pull? No, I don't think so. Good.
Dodge. Dispel.
Uh-oh. That's a lot of bleeds.
Dodge. Dispel. Dodge.
How's Jade Angel Project? 627 with 90 crests banked. I just need to craft something on him. I just need to decide what. But I think we may actually have need of your ring services soon, because I had a ring that I sent a heroic crest or a heroic crafting piece on back at the start of the Angel Project, and now we have enough to turn that mythic. So I think we may do the old flipperooski on the ring. So I think and then my priest still has like 300 more fucking crests that it can get after that. So I think the priest could be 3 or 630 pretty quickly.
Beat.
The bigger issue with the Angel Project is I got to figure out what the fuck I'm doing as Disc Priest and Raid, because I am clearly not doing it correctly.
AoE. Beat. AoE. Beat.
Oh no. Oh shit, dude. I about did the exact. I just about said like, oh my god, the shaman just died by standing in shit, and then as I moved forward, I almost died to standing in shit.
B. B.
Okay. Just play holy. Yeah, the problem is my holy stats are dog shit. Like this, what sucks ass about playing Disc Priest and Keys is that holy and Disc just have like mirror opposite stats for what's good for those situations. I'm like all haste verse for Disc and Keys, and then on holy you just want like pure crit mastery. So it just feels bad knowing that all my stats are going to be garbo. Also, I should not be as bad as I am on disc in raid. Like it's that's partly what's so fucking tilting is that like I don't know. I rated on that thing on the mirror, so I don't know how I've managed to get this out of practice on it.
Dodge. Dance. Dodge. Dance. Dodge. Dance. Dodge.
Seeing a lot of crit haste for holy and mythic plus. Yeah, but I'm just talking about raid. I don't care. Like really, everybody plays haste and mythic plus. Like every healer plays haste and mythic plus because you just like need to. It like doesn't matter what stats are good for you. You're gonna play some amount of haste because you just have to. As a healer in mythic plus, you have to be able to react to shit.
Dodge. Dance. Dodge. Dance. Dodge.
This feels like it maybe took a little bit longer than it should have, but that's fine. Please kick that. Please don't shoot me in the fucking face. How is everybody's kick on CD?
Dance.
Haste has too good a value? I don't know if that's necessarily true, but there's just times where it's like important to have some amount. Like it's the distinction between Raid and Mythic Plus for healers is that in Raid you are not singularly responsible for like the fate of your group. From global to global in Raid, there's other people that can help top somebody off if they drop low. In Keys, you're the only healer. So if somebody drops low or there's a big healing check, it's just you. And a lot of times there's just like a certain threshold of globals that you need to be able to use in a certain healing check kind of window. And if you don't have enough haste to cast that many globals, it doesn't matter how much healing each individual spell you're casting does, you need to cast more of them.
Can you find your way through the mist? Choose wisely.
That's the biggest problem with like healers trying not to play haste and keys, is a lot of times it'll be like, I need to be able to cast regrowth like 4 times within this window. It doesn't matter if every one of my regrowths does like 10 million healing. I need to heal 4 times. I need to heal 4 different people with regrowth or something. And so I don't care how much regrowth is doing. I just need to be able to cast it more often.
Knock. 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 Knock.
You did it. Good guess.
Knock. Knock. Knock.
Bro, these packs feel like they get low and then just don't die.
Knock.
I feel like we've had multiple... Oh, fuck, where was the entrance? It's this, okay. I feel like there's been multiple pulls in a row where we get the mobs down to like 10%, and then it takes like 30 seconds to take them from 10% to dead.
Knock. Knock.
Yeah, dude, the misfail bite thing isn't working. Like, I told Bigwigs to tell me when misfail bite is going off, and it's just not doing that.
You did it! Good guess.
All right, pack plus boss. We do have a little Blulla ready and a little Heart of the Wild ready. Should be Chili Billy. Okay, I am misfail bite. I knew it. I knew that fucker was gonna misfail bite me. I knew it.
We're gonna have so much fun.
Blulla. There we go.
Dodge. Back. Dodge.
Just for us.
Dodge.
Can't dodge this.
Back. Dodge.
Bro, you like how we're doing 1.36 million HPS and 1.2 million DPS on this pull? Because I like that.
Dodge. Back.
I wanna play with you.
Dodge.
Can't dodge this. One of us is weak like the other.
Oh, all right. That was a good pull, dude. I like that shit. Doing over 1,000,000 HPS and DPS at like the end of Lust.
Hey, this doesn't look right. It doesn't look right at all.
Scythe withers as the gorm feasts. Balance must be restored.
All right, and dude, this dungeon just got all the best timers for me. Heart of the Wild coming up right now. This is good. This feels like an MDI route. Everything just coming up exactly when I need it to.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 1. AoE. Beat. Add.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Link. Pull.
Bro, this pull feels so good. Oh my god.
Feet. Ads.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Link. Pull. Feet. Ads. Feet.
Five, 4, 3, 2.
Link. Pull. feet,
Holy shit, spooky.
adds,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
link, pull, feet, feet, adds, fixate,
5, 4, 3, 2.
link, pull, feet, adds, fixate,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
link, pull, feet, adds, fixate,
5,
three, two, one, AoE,
Fuck, my Heart of the Wild ran out right as the AoE went off, man.
three, two, one, AoE,
I told you that you were destined for great things. Rejoice, for you have aided the end of all things.
We want this Keystone 16 Siege. Is there any other... What haven't I done on 16 that would be like a banger? Like a Dawnbreaker, I think, probably. Yeah, I'll probably wait. All right. See, that felt good. Like, ended up with 500K overall. Look at this Dream of Scenario ceiling. This is like, oh, dude, if you get the route, if the route just lines up correctly, if you can send Heart of the Wild on the correct pulls and mists, it can just be like, it could just be crazy. And that's where it was like in that route. It's basically like you want to be able to send it on second boss if you're bringing trash in, and we press lust. Like that's where it was like super. Like if I go look at boss healing on second boss, Dream of Scenarios, I bet it's going to be through the roof. It's going to be like some unreal amount of Dream of Scenarios healing on Mistcaller. Yeah, almost 50% of our fucking healing on that boss fight was Dream of Scenarios. And that's just you bring all the trash in on top of the boss, pop lust, and just boom, 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 just start slamming starfires into it. And that was where when we, like at the end of when the trash was dying off, as like lust was starting to fall off, I'm pretty sure I was doing like it was like 1.4 million HPS and like 1.2 million DPS. So, and then so it would be like that pull, and then the other one that was really nice was the pull after Mistcaller. We had it basically be almost exactly 5 minutes. Like Heart of the Wild was coming up as we're running down the ramp, and then we do this pull together, and slam Heart of the Wild on this trash. And so if I go look at Heart of the Wild healing on the trash for Tradova or Dream of Scenarios, 50%. 50% of my healing on that pull was Dream of Scenarios. All right, let me go brush teeth real quick. We'll be right back. Okay. Warden, thank you for the resub, babe. 13 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Oh, shit. Frad Lord, thank you for the resub, babe. 60 months, aka 5 years. Love it. Appreciate it. Congratulations on your new rainbow badge sub icon. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. And Brawham, thank you for the resub, babe. 13 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. All right. Any interesting 15ers out here? 16 city. I'm gonna sign up for a 16 city. They don't say they need a healer, which makes me believe they probably don't need a healer. But they don't say they don't need a healer, you know. Cat form really just for convoke DPS? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I will what I'm not sure about is in this build, I'm not sure if it's worth it to sit in cat form after convoke, build up enough combo points to bite one more time and then bite, because that's getting buffed by Master Shapeshifter. When you're in your Heart of the Wild window. Like if you pop Call the Elder Druid, convoke in cat form, end up with like 2 combo points at the end of it or something, is it worth it to keep shredding and send one last bite, or should I just instantly get out? Because I mean, I've built this to be a spell casting. You know, I don't have any buffs to shred. I don't take any bleeds. So what I'm unsure of is whether it's more DPS to sit in cat form and try to work on that last bite, or whether I should just instantly pop out of cat form and start blasting spells. How much were my shreds doing on the boss? 3 shred casts, average of 1.08 million. And what was my highest average wrath? Or highest normal wrath? Max normal wrath was 1.3 million. So I can shred. So this is where you start to get down in the weeds a little bit. When you're in cat form, your global cooldown is reduced. So whereas in caster form, my GCD is 1.06. In cat form, my GCD goes to 1 second flat. Now, I actually thought it was lower than that in cat form. I thought in cat form your GCD went down to like 0.75 seconds or something. That's actually really not that much of a GCD reduction at all. Now it would be a bigger GCD reduction if you were talking about like casting Starfires or something, like a 1.8 second cast compared to slamming Shred every 1 second. But the difference between casting a Wrath, because your GCD is the cast time of your Wrath. So my Wrath cast is 1.06 seconds. So you're actually casting Wrath just about as fast as you're casting. And in fact, because Master Shapeshifter or Heart of the Wild reduces the cast time of your Wrath, you are probably casting Wrath more often than your... what I don't know is whether Heart of the Wild lets you cast Wrath more often than your GCD. I don't think it does. Which is another thing about being in Heart of the Wild that I'm not sure about is if you have Lust going. If you have Lust going, I think you might do more DPS spamming Starfire in single target than with Wrath, because you, I think, can maybe cast so many... You can cast Starfire fast enough that it ends up being more DPS, maybe, to do that. Because Starfire does hit a lot harder than Wrath does, even single target. It just, you cast a lot more Wraths. So if I think it might actually be more single target. The problem is it's hard to check this on your own because you don't have Bloodlust. I could drums, but that's not real lust either. And you have to wait 10 minutes between drums to test something else. Let me message Face, actually. I wonder if he's... Always run Keeper for Mythic Plus. I was bouncing back and forth at the start of the season, testing them both out, but over the last week and a half or 2 weeks, I've been pretty much exclusively Keeper. What are we gonna do with it? Now that we found love, what are we gonna do with it? Wait, I can finish my thing, right?
We'll get our memories back.
My crest without having to actually do the.
I will see you through the shadow.
I think I can finish my my spark without having to take the quest for it, right? Because I'm now 1 week behind, and we should have gotten it last week. We found love, what are we gonna do with it? We found love, what are we gonna do with it? Come on, dude, put a key up. I don't know why I'm looking for fucking 15s right now. It's not like I'm gonna find a 15 that I want. Or I should say city's the only one. So the only thing I'm gonna get for score is 16s. I'm not gonna see a 16. At least not one that's gonna take a resto druid. Blastmite gives primary stat and speed per unique gem. Does the unique gem attribute only do speed, or does it give primary stat as well? No, that's just the effect it lists. So the gem is going to give you that flat amount of primary stat and then a scaling amount of whatever the other thing is, which could be critical effect or speed or mana. What are we gonna do with it? Damn, Dream of Cenarius was even my highest heal on first boss, too. What the hell? And on last boss. I hope they buff Dream of Cenarius again. I hope nobody's playing this shit and they buff it again. Then I guess the other question is, do I just want to send keys for crest right now? Because, like, I don't know that that really matters either. Like, as long as I have all my crests done by tomorrow, right? Even then, I won't use them before raid. We'll just hold them until raid's done, so I don't know that it really fucking matters one way or the other. Alright, I am kind of curious what... that run look like as far as buffs, too. Okay, how many strand buffs did we give out here? Strand of the Ascended, 20. Stranded Lord, 19. Not bad. Not bad. Did we put those on anybody when it mattered? Have a look here. Did we... Holy fuck, I didn't get like a... In the first, whatever this is, like 2 minutes of the key, we got 1 buff. All right, did we slam this on anybody in Lust? That'd be cool. So the DK got it right at the start of the burn phase. But that was the secondary stat buff, not the big one. Did anybody get the primary stat buff on this Lust? Why does it show 2 different Lusts here? What the hell? Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so we put 1 on the mic. And, so like damage done here. So here we put the primary stat buff on the shaman inside of this bloodlust. And he was doing, over this window, he was doing almost 10 million damage on average. And if you give him a primary stat proc of 600 or of 6,000, that's probably increasing his DPS by something maybe a little under 10%. So I think you could reasonably say that that trinket was maybe worth, in this stretch right here, that this trinket proc was worth like 1 million DPS. Give or take a little bit. I don't think that's cope. I don't think I'm making that up. I think that's real. I think you are actually doing that much with that proc. Is that the cereal concoctory? Yeah. I was hoping I'd have one of those involved this week on one of my characters, but alas. Alas. Alright, do I just send a 15 necrotic wake for funsies? I mean, realistically, what am I holding out for here? Do I think I'm actually going to see a 16 that somebody's going to invite me to? Probably not. Do I think I'm going to see a 15 city? Maybe. We'll sign up to 15s. Just for some content. Now, of all the keys, I feel like Necrotic Wake is probably the one Druid is least likely to get invited to because Priest gives you mind control. So I can't even hate on that. That's oh, they invited me. Okay. Color me surprised. Oh fuck! And we got the summon. Let's go. What pack do you MC in Necrotic? You MC Fleshcrafters, because they throw cleavers. So, now you don't have to. You don't have to mind control to get value out of the cleavers. In fact, the mob needs to not be mind controlled for the cleaver. But what the mind control allows you to do is the mobs upstairs here. There's a Fleshcrafter here that can do a lot of work for your group. Like you can use the flesh crafters in this area. There's a few flesh crafters in here. One over here and one here and one. Is there one more in here somewhere? Maybe just two out here. You can use them just by positioning correctly. You put like the gatekeeper between the flesh crafter and you. If you get the cleaver, and it'll hit the gatekeeper and help kill him. The thing is, upstairs, the flesh crafter normally has to be killed in order to advance the room state. Once you've cleared all this trash, you won't spawn the two assistants until everything up here is dead. So you have to kill this in order to get the two assistants out. But if you have a priest and you mind control it, the game will think that everything has been killed, and it'll allow you to spawn the two assistants. And then you just keep the flesh crafter CC'd until he's ready to throw his cleaver. Then you break him out. You have him throw his cleaver at something to help kill it, and then you re-CC him. So it's not necessarily that the mind control part is super important for keeping the flesh crafter, like once, like keeping him occupied, but you have to mind control him in order to be able to keep him for the third and fourth boss, which is where you get the insane value out of him. Is if you can use him to throw cleavers at the third and fourth boss, it can make those fights go way fucking faster. And especially on last boss, if you time it correctly, you can use the cleaver to break his shield, which is like the super dangerous part of that. As you start getting up really high, that shield starts getting beefier and beefier, and it starts hitting harder and harder. And so it lives longer and ticks for more. And so it starts getting really spooky. But if you can keep the cleaver CC'd and then break him out right before the shield is going to come out, and he throws his cleaver, breaks the shield, you re-CC him. You just keep doing that all fight long. And then you don't have to worry much about the shield. Now, the likelihood that you're going to get anywhere near that level of coordination in a pug, very small. So, you know, if you're not doing like world first keys with it, probably not too concerned with making sure you have a priest for it. But if you're going to be trying to do like a 17 or 18 necrotic wake, you're going to like need a priest in your group in order to MC that mob to keep it for the last couple bosses. All right, now I could drop this. I don't think I need this in this dungeon. Is there anything I could pick up here that would be useful? Maybe this. Quick alert, 9800 extra D is in stock on Newegg. Did Dorky ever get one? Ordered, at least?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right.
And
Kylie says he sacks 135 boss frontal. Use
true
nothing on that.
lesson of
Okay.
the void.
Yet another of the Kyrion's loyal servants. Have you come here to be slaughtered as well?
3 AoE.
This temple was merely the
Targeted.
first to fall. Soon, all of Bastion
3
Ugh.
1 AoE.
I
Fuck!
simply wish you had lasted
That throw
a little
flesh really
longer.
killed me? What did I get? Else did I get hit by? Because there's no way that one throw flesh killed me. So what the fuck?
Targeted. 3 2 AoE.
Shit, dude. Ah! I hate this shit. I'm between the portal and the...
2 1 AoE.
Ooh!
Targeted.
Alright, he does 1, 3, 5 with sack. So we're not supposed to press anything on those.
3
Ooh!
2
Shit.
Dodge.
Okay, DK pressed, but that's probably fine. Okay, no sack for next, so we use a defensive if we get this one.
Three, two, one. Dodge.
Okay, with sack for this one, so don't press anything.
Three, two, one. Dodge.
Okay. Okay, and we sack, or no, now no sack for this one, so
Two, one.
you press
Dodge.
something. Good.
3, 2,
Now a sack on this one.
dodge. 3, 2,
And no sack for this one.
dodge.
Where did we ping? Oh shit.
Stitch flesh will be irked to know you.
How do we get to the beer? Okay.
I am sure he would gladly take your limbs as repayment.
Yeah, I actually don't know how you're supposed to get to that without needing to use a invis. Lucy, thank you for the resub, babe. 8 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the Jade babes.
Face me, Necromancer. Thanatos will be avenged.
Are you so eager to share your underling's fate? Your vaunted
Yeah,
courage
kind of hurt a little bit.
your doom. Your temple lies in ruin. Your brethren are butchered. You have already lost.
Vile monster!
I think we might be in trouble here. Okay, thank you, Jesus. That necromancer was taking a while to die. There's no way, dude. I didn't move because I was like, there's no way we don't kick this. Okay, I'm starting to see why people skip this pull. Okay. We are bloodlusting next, which is good for our Heart of the Wild timing. I sent it a bit after lust, and I was worried that it wouldn't be up in time for our next lust, but this is going to end up okay. I'm just gonna... Oh my god, dude.
Survival wasn't necessary.
Well, that's cool. What the fuck is the range on volley, dude? 60-yard range. Fuck yeah, man. Fuck yeah, man. Is it Jover? Yeah. Yeah, eating 5 deaths. We'll have to use I guess we don't have to use invis pots to get back, but yeah. Well. Well.
Lay down your weapons.
Do I think they should implement solo Q Mythic Plus? I mean, at the very least, it can't hurt, right? Like, let's say you create solo Q Mythic Plus and it fucking sucks and nobody wants to do it. Cool, then nobody does it, you know? You just don't queue. If it's awful, just don't participate and just do normal keys. So I feel like the downside to trying it is relatively small. Now I guess the cost to implementing it is you would have to spend some time figuring out how the fuck solo Q Mythic Plus is gonna work. How do you algorithmically assign people to groups, and what, you know, is it enough to just be like, well, we're gonna put one tank, one healer, and 3 DPS together? You know, is that as much as the algorithm needs to do, or does it need to track for things like, does this group have a bloodlust? Because, I mean, it would kind of suck ass if you get thrown into a 5-man group and you have no bloodlust. Should it try to maximize raid buffs? Should it try to maximize things like kicks, or try to create a balance between melee and range DPS? You know, how much additional thought needs to be put into group creation, and how long are you willing to wait in the queue to get optimal conditions? You know, is it just going to be like, whatever, man, I just want to send a key, I don't give a shit what the group looks like? Or is it like, I'm willing to wait for 20 minutes for you to put a group together that isn't doomed because the comp is ass? So certainly there would need to be some thought put into it, and I feel like they would need to probably iterate on it heavily after it was created. Like, it would probably be the kind of thing where they'd roll it out, and then we just see continual modifications to the group creation algorithm. But yeah, I don't know. And then how do you determine what level of key people can sign up for? There's a lot that goes into how you build the groups. That's the relatively ingenious part of solo shuffle for PvP is that they created a system where, outside of the actual MMR of the players, it doesn't really matter what you put together with the groups, because everybody has to play with each other. Like, all the teammates and shit get exchanged, so that aside from the 2 healers, everybody plays with each other. And so no matter what, you may think that a group was that your teammates sucked, but like, everybody else had to play with them too. So that's the cool part about PvP is that you can just force the variables to even out. With PvE, you can't do that. And so there needs to be a lot more thought put into what is an acceptable group. Or, you know, do you just YOLO it? Is it like, hey, man, whatever the fuck, just put the group together. If you guys failed, you know, whatever. It's not like you lost MMR. That's the flip side. Like, it would be harder to put together fair groups in PvE, but the flip side is that in PvP, somebody has to go up and somebody has to go down. In PvE, there is no such constraint. You can just have a dungeon that doesn't work, and everyone can go, well, whatever. Go next. There's nothing lost except for your time. So you're not... In PvP, if you got put in a group that for whatever reason you felt was dog shit, and then you lost, you would be like, oh, god damn it. Not only was I in a dog shit group, I lost rating. I'm worse off now than when I joined the group. I wish I had not queued solo shuffle at all. I'd have been better off just watching a movie for the last 30 minutes. With a solo shuffle Mythic Plus, if you do the key and you fail it, you're out the time, but, you know, it's whatever. Go next. There was no adverse effect on you, other than maybe a repair bill. Maybe you use some consumables. But you didn't, like, lose Mythic Plus score. So I guess the downside of a shitty Mythic Plus system is, I think, less disastrous than the downside of a shitty PvP system. Am I playing Keeper of the Grove instead of Wildstalker? I am, yep. You still lose time? Yeah, and I mean, that's a real thing. You certainly don't... Ooh, do I want to do a 16 mists? I have one, right? But maybe we... Wait, why did the fucking tank leave that group? Does he know something I don't? What the hell happened here? Interesting, interesting. What is with all these 16 myths showing up in the queue? Oh yeah, also on my quest to make my OLED burn in less, I realized that my stat weak aura is probably not helping, and I truthfully don't know to what extent it matters. I don't know that people give a shit about seeing my stats in real time. I mean, it's kind of interesting, but if people care, they can ask and we can show them. Okay, well, I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick while we wait for something to show up. Come on, guys. There were a lot of 16s, and now there's nothing. What the fuck? It occurred to me I should probably be sending this character's... I should be sending rationing on this character every week. On heroic. Because if you get the cloak, it's just an easy couple. I mean, you would get 2 free. And the thing is, at this point, I might be willing to buy it off somebody for a decent amount of money. I've got so much fucking gold, I don't know what to do with it. So if the cloak dropped, I might be like, I'll give you 250,000 for that cloak. Any point gammas for the direct announcement? I don't even know what the fuck they're going to talk about. I have no idea what the Warcraft Direct thing is going to be about. Is it really just like at-home BlizzCon? They're just making all the announcements they'd normally make at BlizzCon, but not at BlizzCon? Does my monitor have some kind of anti-burn-in? Yeah. It has a bunch of anti-burn-in shit, but yeah, if I play World of Warcraft for 8 hours a day every day and there's shit on the screen that just stays there the whole time, that's pretty much like worst case scenario for burn-in. Yeah, I think there's only so much they can do to negate that. And it may be some amount of the auto HDR on my system. I may not be helping. Like, turning on auto HDR on Windows, it may be turning my UI elements up. Because it's just Windows guessing at what should be bright. So it might be making my UI elements really bright when they shouldn't be. And I actually haven't tried playing WoW without auto HDR on. With just SDR. Maybe I should. Really curious for a big surprise? Have they said they're doing a big surprise? Yeah, who the fuck knows what a big surprise could be. If I could pick any big surprise for them to announce that I would want to see, I think the number one thing would be NAEU cross-region play. That would be the... Anything else, I think, would basically be whatever. But if they announced you could play with basically anybody in the world anytime you want, that'd be pretty sick. Holy fuck. We're cooked. There's only 114 up. Release date for next X pack? I don't think there's any way. I don't think they could give you the release date for next X pack right now. Assuming it's at least 18 months away, which I guess if it wasn't 18 months away, if it was less than that, that would be the big surprise. Hey, by the way, you're getting another expansion in a much shorter than 2-year time frame. But otherwise, I don't think there's any way they'd commit to a release date 2 years out or whatever, 20 months out from it. There's just way too much shit that could happen between now and then. It's probably a new store. Not. Yeah, there's zero chance that they said we're doing a big surprise and then are doing something in the store. They know exactly how bad they'd get fucking murdered on social media for that. So there is if there was a betting market for the chance that the big announcement was anything that was a store thing, I would take my life savings and put it on the other side of that. Zero chance that they are getting people hyped up for something to buy in the store. Didn't they say it's a 1.5-year cycle now? So I had thought that they had said that, but then I've been told that actually they never said that, and that was a thing that the community just kind of inferred. And I think one Liquid Maximilian may have been, in fact, the genesis of that speculation, from what I understand, that he maybe invented that number.
Resistance is ill-advised.
But yeah. So I don't. Blizzard to me has given no indication that we're going to start getting 18-month expansions. Especially given how disastrous this launch has felt in terms of quality control. I don't think there's any fucking way that Blizzard looks at this launch and goes, you know what I think we could do next time is just let's just take 6 months of the runway before the expansion and let's just get rid of that shit. That's who the fuck needs that, man? They were already like I don't think it's a conspiracy theory to say that the anniversary patch had a bunch of content in it that dollars to donuts Blizzard intended to have in the game at launch. There was a lot of class tuning in the anniversary patch that made 0 sense to have in an anniversary patch. It was just convenient that, like, oh, fuck, we definitely still have a lot of work left to do on these classes, and we know there's going to be a big content patch coming out a couple months after launch, so let's just push it back. Like, fuck, we'll just give ourselves a little bit of breathing room here and have some, have like an easy excuse for why we didn't roll out these changes at launch. But there's no fucking way that they meant to hold back some of this shit for the anniversary patch that they did for class, like, class updates, class tuning kind of shit. So I'm pretty sure all that stuff was supposed to happen at launch, and they just couldn't get it dialed in, and they pushed it back. So I think they were already, even with the normal release cycle, I think they were already struggling heavily to get everything finished before launch. Didn't get everything finished before launch, and giving them 6 less months to do that with. I don't think there's any way, unless they staff up. I think the only way that I would be convinced that they're doing 18-month cycles is to see them start hiring a shitload of people. I just send a 15 Donba just to feel alive? They learned they can release a terrible patch, still make money? Yeah, but those two things aren't connected. They didn't make money because they launched a terrible patch. They made money in spite of launching a terrible patch. And if you keep launching terrible patches, people will quit the game and then they won't buy your shit. I mean, the people that stick around will still buy your shit, but the rest of the people will just start leaving. So it is that amount absolutely had an effect on Blizzard. Sentiment wise, now bottom line wise, they made money. They made a lot of money doing it, and realistically, WoW has built up so much goodwill, for lack of a better term, that they could keep doing that for a long time before this game like felt that loss. But if they started becoming very clearly just like all in on microtransactions, there'd be a lot of people that just be like, fuck this, I'm not playing the game anymore, and leave. And maybe it would be a profitable thing for the company. I don't know. Like, if they just started launching huge stuff through the store, you know, maybe 50% of the players get fed up and leave, but maybe the remaining 50% of players that stayed now spend an average of, you know, $80 a month on WoW, and you end up making way more money than you did in the past, and it's like, yeah, that's fine. But you will absolutely start losing players long term if you keep doing shit like that. Wait, that was a 16, wasn't it? I recognize that leader. That was Tokyo Dreams. I'm pretty sure that was the 16 mist that was up earlier. Now it's 15. I wonder what happened. Is the classic Overwatch patch thing already live? Overwatch 2. What does it take to install this game? Space-wise. Jump back into the action starting November 12th. What's today's date? November 13th. Shit, it actually went live yesterday. Zam. Junkrat Gaming? Hell no, we're a Mercy main for life. That was the only reason I was remotely interested in classic Overwatch announcement is if we get back OG Mercy, that was I remember installing Overwatch. It was back when I was playing with the reformed Blood Legion. After they stepped down from like world first rating and they was just became kind of more of like a friends and family guild for a while. I was playing and a bunch of them got into the Overwatch beta, as did I. And the one night after raid, they were like, "Yo, we should play Overwatch." And I was like, "It's FPS, man. I don't know." They're like, "Come on, it'll be fun." I was like, "Fuck it, all right, whatever." So I installed Overwatch, fired it up. Didn't expect to enjoy it really at all. I was just like, whatever. I guess we'll hang out with guildies for the night. And then the first night I saw Mercy was a character, and I was like, that's an interesting character design. I wonder what that's like. And I played it, and like, just like cocaine, dude. Just instantly hooked. It was crazy how quickly that game got its hooks into me after playing just a few rounds of Mercy. And I was like, oh my God, dude, I've never played a first-person shooter like this. This is fucking awesome. Like, why has no first-person shooter ever done something like this before? And I ended up having a shitload of fun playing Mercy. And eventually I branched out to some other characters as well, mostly support. But Mercy was always my one true love. And then after they ended up making a whole shitload of changes to her to the point where she was no longer like a pure support character, then it was like, I don't think I want to play anymore. All right, Petco Sham. That's a T-Mog if I've ever seen one.
Prepare for combat.
Time to earn my glory.
Bro, you can tell when there's a meta healer when, like, this is like the third time today somebody has asked me how my priest is looking. I joined the group. First thing Pekko says, is J. Angel ready to go? Ania pops in a chat an hour ago. How's the J. Angel project going? I joined the group with Lamike earlier. How's the priest coming along? And it's like, just fine, guys, just fine. Thanks for asking. You gotta change hearts and minds. That's the deal. When you do these dungeons, you gotta impress people. That's what we gotta do with this. Just gotta do with this mist right now. You gotta drop a little, like 500k overall for Petco, so he can be like, oh shit, maybe Resto. The problem is PI is just not fair. It fucking PI, not that it's not fair from a balance perspective, it's whatever. The problem is it's not fair from a group making perspective, because if the guy making the group is the one receiving PI, and then he's gonna be like, we have to have PI. It just feels too good. It's too important that I have PI. You guys don't understand. All right. Is everybody here? Oaken. Where the fuck is Merchant Coast? Bruh. What are you doing down here? What a weird fucking place to just be. All right, before we forget, let's swap over to Poison Dispel. Timeways, Dornagal, Oaken. Alright, fuck it, we're just gonna go hang out inside.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles, like you.
Ever missed Lost stuff? Fuck no. There has never been a decision in my life that I have been more sure I wouldn't regret and was in fact never regretted than getting the fuck out of law. Like my parents and sister and folks were like, bro, you should at least take the bar. Like, you just never know. And I was like, no, I know I'm not doing that shit. And they're like, it's just a small amount of time now. And then you just say, you'll have it done in case you ever want to. And I was like, no, I know I don't want to. Like, I'm not doing that and I won't regret it. And it's been 10 years on now, plus. Not a fucking minute goes by that I am not 100% sure that I did not care about not taking the bar.
Dodge.
Dispel. Dispel.
Beat. Beat.
Dispel.
Beat. Beat. Beat.
Okay, it looks like we're doing both.
AoE. Beat.
Easy.
Beat. 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 Dodge.
Oh no, dude. I thought I went into cat form, but I was in travel form. How the fuck did I do that? Ah, motherfucker, man.
Dodge.
Gone from my sight! Darkness surrounds me!
Dance.
Obey me!
Dodge. Dance. Dodge. Dodge. Dance. Dodge. Dance. Dodge. Dance.
Glocka Waka. Thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the J-Dot Babes.
Yay! More friends are here to play. Come along.
Knock.
Did he do it? He did it. Dude, this fucking bite, man. There's just no notification that it's coming at all. I guess I just have to be a massive bitch and sit in fucking bear form anytime a stalker's in play. Just don't leave bear form until I see where the fucking bite's going.
Knock. Knock. Knock.
You did it. Good guess.
Knock.
No fooling you.
Dodge. 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 Dodge.
No fooling you.
That was just a guess, actually. That could have been either. That could have been one of two different ways. I just got lucky.
Knock. Knock. Knock.
Okay, it's whatever is to the left of the boss.
You're almost there.
Who was that came running in? Oh, it was the tank. Okay, but he fucked his taunt up, I guess. Bro, no, 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 no. Oh, but this fucking... Okay, thank you, Jesus, dude. This fucking stalker is scaring the shit out of me right now.
You're almost there.
Knock.
Okay, at least we're gonna get good bloodlust timing on my Heart of the Wild.
No fooling you. We're gonna have so much fun.
Dodge.
Quickly.
Add. Dodge. Dodge. Add.
One of us is not like the other.
Dodge.
Hey, team, we're kind of taking our time on this fucking clone.
Quickly.
Add.
Jesus fucking Christ, boys.
Dodge.
I want to play with you.
Add. Dodge. Dodge.
Fixate.
Add.
Oh, fuck. You about to drag that into me.
Dodge. Act. Dodge.
You can't dodge this. No more fun? Will you play with me? Pretty please. One of us is not like the other.
Dodge.
You can't dodge this. Don't you want to keep playing?
Fixate.
Act.
Will you play with me? Pretty please.
Dodge.
You got me. Great job.
Act. Dodge.
You. I want to play with you.
Okay, we beat the Evoker. Fuck yeah.
Let's do it again.
The time for play has passed. The winds urge us forward.
Okay. No more.
Did I get a new cooler for my 9800? No, but I had a 360 millimeter AIO that I was using for the old one, so it didn't matter what CPU I went with next. I wasn't gonna upgrade that. I will say my my 9800 can get hot if I put it in multi-core workload. I've seen it hit 95 Celsius.
Three, two, one. AOE. Three, two, one. AOE. Three, two, one. AOE. Three, two, one. AOE.
God damn. But yeah, as far as cooler goes, I mean, my guess is
AoE.
if the 9800 is anything like the other Ryzen processors, when it gets going, nothing that you're going to do is going to keep it from being hot. It's just a question of how fast it can go when it's hot. And it'll do this shit that they've been doing where it like down clocks itself in at high temperatures. But if the 9000 series chips work like the 7000 series ones did, they're designed to boost until they hit their thermal limit and then throttle down once they've done that. So the whole point is they're supposed to try to hit 95 Celsius or whatever, figure out what frequency they can maintain, and then dip to that point.
Beat.
But in single core, if you're not doing like all core workloads, I don't think you need that beefy of a
Ads.
heat sink. And you could just not overclock it too. Like that's also part of what's going on there. Is I just have it, I let it run up to 5450 megahertz.
All. Feet. Ads.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Link. All. Feet. Ads.
Quickly.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Link. All.
Oh my god, dude! Like, fuck me. How fucking hard do those things start hitting? Oh, it's because I got ticked by the fucking tank thing. God damn it.
Feet.
That was a very unfortunate time to get fixated by that shit, man. I'm in fucking Bloodlust trying to slam Heart of the Wild.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Link.
I feel like because the healer is the guaranteed pick at the end of the fight to be fixated, you should never be able to be fixated before then. That should be the trade-off. It's fucking stupid that I am always the fixate at the end of the fight, but can also be fixated in the middle of the fight.
Ads. Quickly.
Or even fixated in the middle of the fucking shield phase. Excellent.
Feet.
Ads. Quickly.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Link. All.
God damn, dude, like, what an awful... Ugh! Holy shit, man, this fucking sucks! I got the tank in front of me, so I can't run into him, because then we're not going to break the link, and all the ads are fucking behind me.
Ads. Quickly.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Link. All.
All right, man. Why are these things beating my ass so fucking hard today? Like, I swear to God, they don't normally fucking hurt this much.
Feet.
Ads.
We're at a very real...
5,
Bro, who fucking
4,
dropped that there? Like,
3,
fuck me.
2,
We're in a very real
Link.
dilemma. Our DPS is, like, stopped right now.
Call.
We are at real risk of depleting this key if we don't start doing some fucking damage to the boss.
Feet.
Ads. Fixate.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
God damn. Fucking hate when fights go like that, where like it starts getting scary and you're just like, please fight, be done. But then everyone's just focused on living, so like nobody's doing DPS anymore. They're just trying not to die, and then the boss takes for fucking ever to finish. Okay, we got our spark. 16 Aura. We did that, didn't we? Yeah, we're not gonna take that. Where am I from? Well, originally Kansas, US of A, living in Tennessee now. Is it worth upgrading, or should you wait for news on the 9950? It just depends on what your use case is. If you are using your PC to game and you don't care about more cores, I don't think there's any reason to wait for news on the 9950. I don't think there's any world where the 9950 is better than the 9800 X3D for gaming. So if that isn't, unless you are trying, unless the 9950 is like unless its use case is what you do, you know, like the point of the 9950 X3D is to let you kind of straddle the fence on whether you want a productivity CPU or a gaming CPU to try to get the best of both worlds. If you don't care about having more cores, and for 99% of games you don't care about having more cores, you could confidently buy the 9800 X3D and not worry about it at all. You in the hobby live near Nashville? Well, I've been up to Nashville a few times. It's nice. It's definitely Nashville reminds me of Denver, in that, not in the actual city itself, but just in the, like, it feels like a city that exists unto itself in a certain region. $99.50 might be cracked according to leak benchmarks. That leak, if it's the one that I think you're referring to, that was a leak for Factorio, which is like a very notable, not like other games game. And Factorio benchmarks are oftentimes skewed in a very misleading way, because reviewers will benchmark it on small maps where the entire map can be loaded into the Vcache memory. The map is small enough that you can fit the whole fucking thing on the Vcache, which makes it insane which makes the X3D chips insane when you can put the whole thing in Vcache. As the maps start getting bigger, which is where you would care about the CPU. Nobody gives a fuck what CPU you're running, in early stages of the game. When the maps start getting bigger and it requires more memory, the memory starts exceeding the size of Vcache. Then you have to offload it to RAM. Then you take the latency hit. Then the performance drops way off. So a lot of times when they do those Factorio benchmarks, they're doing it with the small maps that entirely fit on Vcache, and you get these outrageous numbers. And you're like, oh my fucking God, look how good. And it's like, yeah, that's not actually the way it works in Factorio. Like, if you play the game for more than, whatever, an hour, your map will get big enough that you can't put it on Vcache anymore, and then you won't see anywhere near the numbers that you're seeing on these benchmarks. And even then, Factorio is just a game where the X3D scales like crazy. But, yeah, I don't think that there's... I'll put it this way. There's no reason why the 9950 X3D should be faster than the 9800 X3D when you're not using all the cores like that. It should theoretically boost, I think, slightly higher, but the 7950 X3D was... Well, actually, I guess it just depends on whether all the cores in the 9950 X3D are Vcache or not. But even then... I think if they allow it to clock higher, it won't be that meaningful of a difference, and you're going to pay an ass load more for it. Like, you're at the point where if you're buying a 9950 X3D, if it is actually 16 Vcache cores, and it clocks like 100 megahertz higher or whatever, the amount of performance gain you're going to see over the 9800 X3D would be like, maybe you'd get 1% or more too, best case scenario, and you're probably going to spend several $100s more. And you'll have to wait for... I don't think the 9950 X3D chips... my suspicion is those things will probably get either launched or announced at CES, based on how these cycles usually work. So you're probably, best case scenario, not going to see these things. I wouldn't be surprised if they are on a similar launch path to what the 7800 X3D was when it originally launched, which was, or the 7000 X3D chips, which was, I think all got announced at CES. Then they launched the 7950 and 7900 in February, I think. And then the 7800 came out in like late March. Now, obviously, it's inverted this time, and the 9800 X3D came out sooner. But I wouldn't be surprised if they're holding that back for a CES announcement and then a launch in like February. The 7800 and 7950 have different boost clocks. Yeah, but they have the same boost clock on the Vcache cores. They just have a different boost clock on the non-Vcache cores, and you don't care about that boost clock because those aren't the cores you want to use. Any affiliate links? No, unfortunately, I don't have any discount code or affiliate links or anything I can hook you up with. I wish. What's the difference between Wildstalker and Keeper? Every time I see KOTG, in my head I see KOTH, and then I think King of the Hill. So the primary difference for me, like the reason I like playing Keeper of the Grove over Wildstalker, is first for protective growth. To me, that's like the best fucking talent that exists in any of the hero trees for Druid. Just being able to have 8% DR all the time is like real cool. Second, Keeper's like heal buff affects the heals I actually give a shit about, Regrowth, Wildgrowth, Swiftmend, whereas the ones for Wildstalker or like Efflow, Life Bloom, Rejuve, shit I don't care about. And then the buff to Wrath and Starfire damage. I am primarily playing caster DPS now. And so Wrath and Starfire account for 56% of my DPS. And then that also buffs Dream of Scenarios. So, like, we just did a 15... We'll play a little game here. How much healing do you think my Dream of Scenarios did in a 15 Mists? Across the whole dungeon. What percentage? %15. Now, Mists is a particularly Dream of Scenarios friendly key. You do a lot of big pulls where there's not much going on, so you can just slam Starfires into it the whole time, and you don't have to like do very many mechanics or anything. So that's definitely like a best case Dream of Scenarios key, but yeah, you can do some pretty disgusting shit with it. Is it all just passive? It like if you have Heart of the Wild rolling, yeah. The change they made to it, where your shit transfers some amount of healing, even when you're not in Heart of the Wild, it's like it's okay, but you would never rely on that. It's just incidental shit. I would never count on that healing to do anything important. But when you're rolling Heart of the Wild, if you are starfiring into big packs, it'll do like a real amount of healing. Like, where was the here, let me pull up a VOD we did. We did a 14 Mists right before this, where I had kind of a dream pull in terms of setup, where we dragged Trash onto second boss, and we had Lust ready to go, and Heart of the Wild, and let's see, where was that? All right. So we gather up Trash Pull to go on boss, and slam Lust. So let's see, Lust goes out now. We pop Heart of the Wild. So you can watch the DPS here. Does it do good single target? Like, is the healing good when you're... Are you asking if the healing is good when you're on single target? Both. It does relatively good single... So, like, let me fast forward. We did a Mist pull where it was strictly single target on boss with Mist Collar. All right, so this is Mist Collar pull with Bloodlust and Heart of the Wild, just with I go cat form to convoke because there is no caster convoke anymore. So we go cat form for convoke, and then just spam caster spells. Starfile single target. So I'm not actually sure this is the correct play, but the problem is that when you have Master Shapeshifter and Bloodlust, your cast time is so fast that I think you clip your wraths really hard. And I think you end up... I moused over my Starfire at the start of this pull to check, and inside of Lust, your Starfire is a 0.95 second cast time. So you are Starfiring basically at your GCD limit. And so I think you just blast. If you're inside of Lust, I think you just blast Starfires. Am I interested in a 15 Grimba? I don't think so. We did a 15 Grimba. I need a 15 City. Is the 15 I still need? But yeah, so anyway, we end this fight without having pressed any cat form abilities outside of going cat to convoke. We end Mistcaller at 450 DPS. But yeah, then this is another example of this actually lines up really well in this dungeon where you do the Heart of the Wild on pull for Mistcaller, and then you have Heart of the Wild back on high keys. You have Heart of the Wild back for this pull. So you can see, like, when you're bombing Starfires into this, this is actually not even that much. It's not even that much healing required. Where was the first dungeon that we did here? Because we had another good pull there after. All right, so after first boss, gather all this shit up. Now, a lot of this is also dependent on the tank because Starfire, notoriously small AoE. So in order to get the full value of this, you want the shit like pixel stacked for Starfire. But yeah, I guess this didn't really require that much healing either. I was thinking it did. The other fun one to do... Actually, wait, did I do it? I did a Necrotic Wake that we depleted, didn't we? Somewhere. Yeah, the other fun pull to do in here is Necrotic Wake first pull. Where you gather everything up, and then it's all nice and stacked, and then you... So this is just slamming Starfire into... with Lust, and then I died to something. I don't even know what the fuck I died to there. So yeah. We gotta spread the gospel now because people think that like only Disc Priest can do good damage on big pulls while healing. Need to play Haste Mastery with my build? I don't think it matters. I play Haste Mastery primarily for raid, and I just don't have a lot of verse gear laying around. The problem with this expansion is that the mythic track shit is so much better than heroic track shit that it just almost never makes sense to use heroic track stuff if you have mythic track. And whereas in last expansion, you could go farm better stats from heroic, and it was only 6 eye levels lower than mythic, so you could get away with playing heroic stuff for different stats. But now it feels like if you have a 639 piece, there's just almost no chance that you're going to want, unless it's just like the worst stats possible. You're almost always better off playing a 639 piece instead of something else. And at this point in the expansion, I just don't have a lot of alternatives at 639. I just have whatever it is in that slot that's those stats. But I do find that one of the reasons why a druid would want to play verse is because it helps with survivability. And if you're playing Keeper the Grove with protective growth, you just have a lot more passive DR that would normally be the kind of thing you'd want versatility for. Well, the way we've talked about it in the past is that in keys, it's like the joke about how you don't have to be faster than a bear, you just have to be faster than whoever you're with. And it's the same deal with surviving in keys, which is I don't have to be able to survive everything in a key. I just have to make sure I'm not the first person that dies in a key. Like if there's some big damage event that comes out, the only thing I need to be sure of is that it will kill somebody else at a certain key level before it kills me. Because then I don't have to worry about at what key level it kills me, because I know somebody else dies before I die to it anyway. So I'm not the reason that we're being held back. Like as long as I can live, if we go into a 16 and it one-shots somebody else and it doesn't one-shot me, we're good. Because then it's like, well, we're stuck here because of that guy. It's not me that's holding us back. It's that guy. And with 8% DR, it feels like it's rarely going to be you that's the guy holding back the group for survivability. So I feel more empowered to play Mastery in that situation. What's the benefit of Wildstalker? Cat form damage. Symbiotic Blooms does a lot for your cat form damage, and you just get cat form damage buffs in Wildstalker. Symbiotic Bloom is a really good heal. I probably prefer Wildstalker's like kind of hit to what Keeper the Grove gives you in terms of the core elements of it. Like Symbiotic Blooms is a very powerful heal, and it definitely feels really nice to get those in rotation compared to just like buffing your Grove Guardians, which I don't especially care about these days. So in terms of like kind of the added abilities they give you, I do like Wildstalker more, but the passive sort of buffs that you get from Keeper just feel really strong. Like the 8% DR, buffs to Wrath and Starfire with the way I play it, buffs to Swiftman, Regrowth, Wild Growth Healing. Those all just feel like they're a lot more meaningful compared to the sort of passive shit you get from Wildstalker, in my opinion. Do we have any other 16s? Come on, man. Safer build if you just want to live? Keeper, definitely. Like, for your own survivability, Protective Growth is, like, way better than anything that Wildstalker is going to offer you. I don't think Wildstalker really gives you any... It buffs your Regrowth healing to yourself by a fair bit, which, if you're spamming Regrowth, is nice, but it's not going to do anything for you for living a mechanic. Prefer Flourish over the other talent? Yeah. I feel like on in this season, I'm primarily concerned with healing through burst damage. Like that's where Druid struggles. Like if it's all kind of like rot damage, then I don't feel like I need help with that. I can kind of heal that indefinitely. Like a fight like first boss in Mists, if it goes into the immunity stage where the boss is just ticking everybody down, I don't feel like I really need cooldowns for that. I could probably heal through that just passively with what I have. Where I'm concerned with living is in the fights where you get slammed with damage in small windows, and then I feel like Druid struggles with keeping up with that, and I would rather have a button to press like Flourish rather than relying on the passive healing from Photo. What about Last Boss City? Yeah, that's the... Last Boss City is really the one that made me rethink how I wanted to do my CDs. And if you play Convoke and Flourish for Last Boss City, each round is 1 minute apart. So you can Convoke or Flourish into the first AoE, and then use the other one into the second, and then they'll both come back up by the time the boss does the next set of it. So I feel like Druid cooldowns are actually really good for City Last Boss. You have a button to press on both sets of AoE, and they both come back in time for the next set. Convoke seems a bit RNG. I mean, a little bit, but it does so much healing regardless that I don't think you're ever going to die through Convoke. I feel way safer when I press Convoke than when I press Flourish. We'll put it that way. If you die through Convoke, your group was taking too much damage. Dying through Convoke could be like dying through like fucking Ascendance or something, and it's like, or like dying through Spirit Link, and it's like, bro, if you're dying through Spirit Link, you had no business living. Does Convoke still proc a mini flourish? It can, yeah. Bro, there's this fucking sunflower seed company that has been just non-stop emailing me wanting to send me free sunflower seeds. They need to buff Flourish, though? Yeah, I definitely feel like Flourish could stand to be a stronger button. Brutiful, thank you for the resub, babe. 6 months, appreciate it. Congratulations on your new purple Omega Babe sub icon. Thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot babes. The fuck mix am I listening to, by the way? This shit's just been weird for a while. You. Do I plug all my keys? Well, I don't have a pre-made group this season. I guess it kind of depends on your definition of pug. There's definitely keys I play with people I know. Like a group that's not my group necessarily, but that has people that, you know, I've played with regularly in the past, who may also play together quite a bit. So I would definitely, if your idea of pugging is 5 people that have never seen each other before in their life, jumping into a key and doing it, then no. But if you mean, do I do all my keys with like kind of whatever group I end up in that day, which is different from day to day, then yeah. Have I tried King? God damn it, King again. Have I tried Keeper with more of a raid setup? I don't like pressing rejuve and keys. And I think to the extent that build involves you pressing a lot of rejuves, I would just rather play a different class. If you're having to press rejuve a shitload in keys, I'd rather just play something else. Rejuve is a bad heal. And if you're having to press it a bunch, then I'd rather do something else. Mainly for the stacks of bonus. Yeah, and that's my problem with Druid. Like my biggest hang up with Druid right now is the number of buttons you have to press that are relatively meaningless on their own. They're just there to set up your next button press. And I don't like that style of healing. And I don't like that Druid has moved in some ways more towards that idea that I'm pressing rejuve. Oh, because rejuve heals a lot? No. But it makes my next heal a lot. Hasn't it been this way since Dragonflight? No, I barely touched rejuve last expansion. At the start of Dragonflight, you played like liveliness, verdancy, photo, rampant growth. Flourish was over here, and you took that, and it was strong. It sped all your hots up by a shitload. And so you were basically just playing Convoke and Flourish, and your Life Blooms did a shitload of healing, and your Verdancy did a shitload of healing, and your Regrowths did a... Well, Regrowth actually heals way more now than it used to, but what you'd put out a Regrowth and it would go on 3 people. And then that would do a good amount of healing. And each of those buttons, when you pressed them, they individually were all contributing to your healing. And then when you needed to do AoE healing, then you Swift Mended into a Wild Growth, and then you could like Flourish on that or Convoke on that. And that would do a ton of healing. But like every button press felt meaningful in its own right. When I put a Life Bloom on somebody, that meant they were going to be very safe. Even if I didn't press anything else, Life Bloom was going to do. As long as I had like an F-Low underneath them and they had a Life Bloom on them, they're going to be getting a lot of healing. And if I pressed my cooldowns, it felt like that was all that was needed. It was like, once I've pressed Convoke or once I've pressed Flourish, assuming I got like a fat Wild Growth out beforehand, even if I didn't touch another button afterwards, my group is probably safe. Now, it's still similar like that with Convoke, but with Flourish, if you get a bunch of hots out and you press Flourish, you have to like keep pressing buttons. Like that's just the beginning of the cooldown. You lock in all your hots so that you have all these mastery stacks, but you're like still pressing regrowths over and over and over again to heal through stuff. And that's not the way Flourish used to be. It used to be that like Flourish just juiced your hots up so much that as soon as you press the button, you just watched everyone's health bar like just fill back up. Now, if all you do is press Flourish and just stand there and look at it, their health bar is like toot 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 toot. How are my vaults? Not bad, not insane. There was no item in any of my vaults that was just a no-brainer pick, like my Avoidance Gale. Nothing where I opened the vault and was just like, oh yeah, we're taking that. No questions asked. But also every character had like multiple options that would be an upgrade. So no, there was like last week, I think I took a socket on both my Druid and Shaman. There was just total dog shit in my vaults. This week, at least, there's like upgrades in slots, and it'll be it's every character is waiting until we go into raid this week to see if we loot anything, and then I'll make a decision afterwards. Long story short, Druid is less fun to play than before. Not necessarily. Honestly, Dream of Cenarius is a lot of fun. And it's strong enough now that I think you can lean on it in a way that you couldn't necessarily before. I actually really like that addition to Druid. I just wish that your... I wish that the buttons you press to do healing felt like they mattered more, aside from just buffing other heals. All right, one sec. I need to go pee real quick. Also give movable tranquility. The problem with movable trank is it would bait people into pressing tranquility. I think I'm just going to use 2-star potions from now on. I'm not really trying to spend 4 times the amount of gold for a 3-star pot as I am for a 2-star pot. Not for 200 extra stats for 30 seconds. Like, that's just not worth it. Consumers never really came down in price. I mean, they sort of did, but like they were so fucking outrageous to start with, even coming down in price. Like I think 3-star flasks are like half of what they used to cost, but they used to cost like 2,500 gold a pop. So even half of that is fucking outrageous. Compared to sipping on the verse flasks, yeah, which I think in like the worst case were like maybe 200 gold for a 3-star flask. By the end of the expansion, you could get them for like 30 gold a piece or something. You run a sack brood with leech and a heroic gale. Would I go for the mythic helmet or mythic unbound changeling? Uh, what is it, a tier helm or just a normal helm or like a offset helm? Tier helmet. I don't really like the stats on the tier helm. It's one of the worst statted pieces. High crit, low haste. I mean, it could be worse, but you just don't. You basically never want crit as druid except for damage. But having said that, a helm is a big stat budget piece, so upgrading that will definitely be a large bump. And changeling is good for druid, but I don't know that it's bis in any context. Like, let's see, looking at dungeons for druid, changeling is your 4th best trinket. For raid, changeling is your 4th best trinket. So it's good, but not bis. It's only slightly ahead of like sack brood. And now mythic is a big deal. So I mean, there's a lot of opportunities to get a mythic helm, especially if it's tier. Like, you can catalyze any mythic helm into tier. There's a helm that drops off the early raid bosses that's mythic helm. Like, you should be able to do Bloodbound Horror in a pug at this point. So it's relatively easy to get a mythic helm, whereas getting a mythic trinket at the same value as changeling, you either need to get one of the raid trinkets, Spy Masters or Egg, and those are relatively harder bosses to kill. There's not very many guilds that are killing Silken Court mythic. And Brood Twister is a more attainable boss, but you've got to be in it. Like, you definitely need to be in like a serious raiding guild to be killing mythic Brood Twister. So those trinkets are definitely not easy to get from raid. And then the other trinket that's better than changeling is Gale, which again you'd have to get that from Vault. So I don't know. I mean, changeling would not be one of your best trinkets, but it wouldn't be very far off. Like, if you ended up playing changeling all season long, that wouldn't be necessarily a bad thing. But yeah, I mean, I'd probably go changeling, I think, after talking through it. No, you just get the rune crafted helm. I really don't like crafting on the tier slots because, at least the helm, because it's such a high stat budget on that piece that losing 3 eye levels there is like a lot more meaningful than losing 3 eye levels on a cloak or bracers or something. But yeah, I mean, I guess in a pinch you could craft a helm. Run sims on verdancy compared to imp regrowth. I don't think you can really sim imp regrowth. It's one of those like difficult talents because whenever it comes to crit, you never know. Did you crit a regrowth because you're running imp regrowth? Did you crit a regrowth? Were you going to crit the regrowth no matter what? Now I guess you could take an expected value for that, but I don't know that the WoW Analyzer module does that. I don't know that it tries to calculate how often you would have crit or how often you were supposed to crit with an imp regrowth. Mostly I just don't like verdancy because the majority of that healing is going into you or the tank. Verdancy does the thing where, like, even if you're not in it, you get healed by it. And so if you look at... I don't remember if I have any runs on here where I was running verdancy. Was this a verdancy run? Yeah, so, like, verdancy in a... we did a 15 city that we ended up depleting somewhere. Was I running it on my Grimbatol? Yeah, on Grimbatol it was 1% of my healing. And of that... like a third of it was me, and another like 20% of it was the tank, and some of it was even treants and pets and shit. So of the 15.5 million healing that it did, 5.5 million of that was to the DPS in the group, which just is like, don't care. Like, holy fuck. If I'm running verdancy because I want it to heal people in the group, not just me and the tank. And if it's doing that little healing to the group, then... Is the WoW Direct thing today and tomorrow? I actually don't know, other than that I know that there's a timer on Wowhead that said when it was going to happen, which should be, what, in an hour from now, I think? "44 minutes. Wait, what the fuck? It's in 44 minutes? What kind of a weird-ass time is that? Yeah, I don't know why their website says 44 minutes. That's fake. The pre-show start, okay. The pre-show starts in 44 minutes. Hype. I hope they started off by showing me how sounds are made in World of Warcraft. That would just be the most goated content. I use Grove Guardians all at the same time and try to stagger them. If I don't think I'm going to need them for a particular thing, then I'll just try to have one like on CD all the time. But I have also tried to start appreciating the power of a 3-stack of Grove Guardians as like its own healing cooldown. So on fights where there are damage events happening more than Flourish or Convoke can cover between the two of them, then you can also rip a 3-stack of Grove Guard. So like one boss that comes to mind is in Grimbattle Forge Master. He does his AoEs at 10 seconds, at or I should say, I guess at like 9 seconds, 29 seconds, 49 seconds, and then he repeats again. So if you were to try to press a button on each one of these, you could only do 2 of the 3 with Convoke and Flourish, and then you'd have nothing for the third. So on these, I will try to, like, maybe I would, I think the way I've been trying to do this is to send a 3-stack of Grove Guardians on the first one, then Flourish second and Convoke third, and then Grove Guardians should be, you could maybe send like an extra Grove Guardian. They may have recharged here, so you could maybe send like 1 Grove Guardian here, and then mostly have like your 3-stack back for this. So just be like 3-stack Grove Guardian, Flourish, Convoke, 3-stack Grove Guardian, Flourish, Convoke, until the fight's done. What add-on is that? That's the Liquid add-on. The one that costs the monies. One sec. Dude, I had to trim my fucking nose hair. This shit drives me crazy. This is the worst part about getting older, aside from the other parts about getting older. But the one where your fucking nose hair starts getting so long that it like tickles the inside of your nose. It's just so goddamn annoying. Ugh. All right. Let's see what's in the Warcraft Discord. Today is the day. Only an hour left till Warcraft Direct begins. And then there's a concert that follows. World of Warcraft 20 years of music. All right. Well. Oh, it's 16 Siege. Yo, 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 buddy, 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 buddy. Buddy, buddy, buddy. Come on, Zero. I need you to fucking vouch. Come on, Zero. I need you to vouch. Uphill battle, I see. Oop, 16 Grimba? I don't know about a 16 Grimba. I feel like a 16 Siege is a little more attainable. What up, Edie? Taking their time. They're just racist against druids. They're waiting for a fucking disc priest. Like, grow up, you know? Hell yeah, dude, finally. It's people I think just need to, like, talk themselves into it. They just gotta be like, I don't know, like, a druid, like, I don't know, how you guys feel about a druid? Like, I mean, his IO is, like, decent, right? Like, he's got pretty good eye level. I mean, if you guys are okay with it, I'm okay with it. Damn, Zero's got the neck and cloak. And he's wearing a heroic chest piece. Haha. Alright. The siege we go. Quicker to go Stormwind and portal room to room? I don't think that's true. What does my tweet mean? It's a little MDI humor. I don't expect many people to get it. There was a notable segment from this past weekend that played multiple times throughout the weekend, annoyingly. Let's see if we can find it real quick. Yeah, here we go. When they were in need of time to kill, we would get a little segment on the sound design of World of Warcraft, which begins with some dude playing a spring. They showed this all 3 fucking days. And this segment lasts for, let's see, when does it come on? About 3:09. And it goes until 3:18-ish. It's about a 10-minute fucking segment. They ran it 3 fucking times this weekend, once a day. And it was an obvious time killer in between games. And the first time it was like, all right, whatever, you know. Learn a little bit about Warcraft sound design, sure. By the third time, it was like, you're fucking kidding me. We are searching far and wide for an Ogvoker, apparently. I thought I'd be able to easily squeeze this key in before Warcraft Direct starts, but it's starting to get a little iffy. I mean, I still think we'll be done with it before the actual Warcraft Direct starts, but the pre-show may kick off without us. That's a good group description. DJ Cool and J.P in the party. Hello, Oggs. Where are you? That's true. That's true. Damn. They say this dude got demonetized on Twitch because he had Iran in his stream tags. And he's originally from... He's originally from Iran. And he said he's never talked about politics before. That seems, I don't know, man. Just putting the name of a country in the tags of your stream gets you demonetized. That seems a bit wild. Kind of sounds like there's more to the story. I mean, maybe there is, but the dude's he's a streamer for FaZe. I think he's got a fairly popular stream. I'm reading through some of the comments here. Nobody is saying, "Oh, this dude is actually doing blah blah blah." Everyone seems to be more like in agreement that this dude doesn't talk about politics and he just put this shit in his stream tags and. Thanks for letting me share the info in the chat. Yeah, hell yeah. We love DJs. Bro, Zero says he's got raid in 35 minutes. If we don't go soon, he's dipping. F. F, I like a tank signing up for a key where the key holder is a tank. There we go. Take that dude. Take that dude. Take that dude. Take that dude. There we go, dude. Blah, blah, blah. That dude had IO and eye level. All the important eyes. That actually makes me think of a joke I'm going to use later, but I can't tell you guys now because somebody might steal it. Maybe I could tell you now. But the problem is I just tweeted like 15 minutes ago. You can't just like back-to-back tweet like this. You gotta space them out. But I got a joke now. You should stop playing Preservation Evoker? Yes.
Heroes, we'll secure the docks while you push further into the district. With any luck, we'll drive this scum from the city before high tide.
Now we bloodlust second pull. Where's this fucking... Hello, AFK Shaman! Bro, how the hell is this dude... No shot, man. Petey, thank you for the resub, babe. 26 months, appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J.Babes. Had to get babed again. It is a good look on you. All right, well, I guess that's that for the group. Thank you, Shaman, for just going AFK randomly. After I dropped a feast. All right, fuck it. I guess we'll just wait for Warcraft Direct now.
Hero, your timing couldn't be better. Mechatork is fading fast.
Napster, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the J Babes. All right. Trying to make my meme now in my little spare time now that we found ourselves with some free time. Okay, we might have to cook that one a little bit. Keita, thank you for the tier 3 resub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 29 months. Appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J Babes. What's my least favorite dungeon at the moment? I don't like Stone Vault. It just feels too out of my hands. I feel like I rely on the DPS to do too much in that dungeon. That if they do it badly, there's nothing I can do. We're just dead. Can I talk about what I'm liking about Flourish? I just like having another button. I feel like Druid doesn't struggle with rot damage. It just struggles with burst damage, and I don't think Photo helps with burst damage, but Flourish does. Skypan, thank you for the gift subs. That is extraordinarily generous. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did it disband? It took long enough to get the group started that Zero had to go raid in like 30 minutes, so he dipped. And then when he dipped, the group just split up. And Lackey? Yeah, it was. The shaman was. Somehow we spent like 15 minutes getting the group put together, and then once we invited the AUG, then the shaman was AFK. Like actually, like had the AFK tag. What about Flourish on COT third boss? So I've come at this boss several different ways now, and I think my final plan of attack is basically just hold every button until he does his AoE. Just like natty heal through all of the absorbs and then slam fucking everything on his AoE. Am I growing out my beard? Well, I wouldn't say I'm growing it out so much as I'm not shaving it because I'm lazy. Like, it's not a conscious decision to grow it. It's a conscious decision to be lazy and not shave. Have I tried Keeper plus Prosperity plus Renewing Surge plus Reforestation? So I don't like Reforestation because of what I have to give up to play it. Like, I think you're basically locked into whatever's on this node. I think you're locked into Spring Blossoms. I'd much rather have Spring Blossoms than Reforestation. I think you're locked into these three, whatever you take down here. I know some people play Power of the Archer. I don't like it, but I think you're locked into these two. And then you have to take 2 talent points somewhere to get down to Reforestation. So you're spending it either here and here, here, or here to get down to Reforestation. So if you're going to take Reforestation, that means you have to either drop like Master Shapeshifter or Spring Blossoms or Forest Flow, any of which I'd much rather have than Reforestation. I play Verdant because I want to extend Sin Ward, which is now like a crazy good hot. I would much rather be able to extend Sin Ward than have 2 charges of Swiftmend. And I have found that Renewing Surge, WoW Analyzer now measures what your average cooldown reduction is from that talent. And when I look back through several dungeon runs of mine recently, I think it was averaging between 1 and 1.5 seconds of cooldown reduced on Swiftmend, which I don't give a shit about my Swiftmend being 1 second shorter. It's not like I'm pressing it on CD, so saving 1 second on it is not a big deal to me. Oh, I got a hype chest and I can open it. What the hell? I got a rock out emote. Hell yeah, we'll be using that. What happens if I press share? It wants me to type this in chat. Wow, you guys should spend money on my channel more often. Wasn't that fucking crazy? Holy fuck, I'm gonna use that every day for the rest of my life. Alright, let's get the fuck out of Borealis, I guess. Oh, I can use a portal here, can't I? Oh, what the fuck? My Blizzard app sent me a reminder about the direct thing. I don't think my Warcraft app has ever sent me anything before. Alright, which one of you is the place with the portals in it? Down here somewhere. Any portals in here? No, this is the entrance to the dungeon. I really thought it was like right here.
Mechatork is fading fast.
Fuck. You got any of them portals in... Wait, no, it's over here. Alright, Stormwind, Ironforge, or Exeter. Hell yeah. Yoink. Alright. Alright. Warcraft. Upcoming live streams. Why are these in a bunch of different languages? Where the fuck is the English one? Waiting for November 13th at 12:45 p.m. It's 12:44. Okay, I guess we'll do the thing. All right, so are there any hints from the artwork here? We've got Hearthstone shit. We've got Rumble figurines. We've got Sylvanas. What's she doing? What's Sylvanas up to? Bro, has the stream started yet? What the fuck? What if I reload? It says it's supposed to start 12:45. Do something. What the hell? YouTube gives me a chat summary now? Oh, dude, I would love to see what YouTube's chat summary is for, like, any random Warcraft stream. Quality may vary. Viewers in the chat are excited about the upcoming Warcraft event. They discuss potential announcements, express their opinions on the game, and engage in friendly banter about factions. Only mild use of F-slurs. Bzzz, it's going so fast, dude. So many emotes. Oh my god. This sucks so much more ass than BlizzCon, man. I should at least have a beer, is like the thing. Like, if I'm going to pretend like this is BlizzCon, I should at least have a beer. Do we have any beers in the house? Is it a live stream? I actually have no idea. I don't know anything about this shit. This is... Wowhead say anything about this? In this special 45-minute video. That makes it sound like it's not live. So we get 30 years of Warcraft RTS, hear from the team working on the games that started it all as they look to bring some exciting new updates to Warcraft 3 Reforged. I hope that's not the start of this. 20 years of World of Warcraft, relive the evolution of the game's most beloved MMORPG and discover what's next on the horizon for both WoW Classic and Modern, and a special announcement at the end. What if they're bringing Bobby Kotick back? "10 years of Hearthstone, 1 year of Rumble." Hell yeah. I haven't logged into Rumble since War Within launched. I think I've spent literally zero time in Warcraft Rumble since the new expansion came out. Oh yeah, I should start streaming to TikTok too. Wow, look at that alliteration. Now that I'm streaming to Twitter and YouTube and all these, I should be on TikTok too, because that's a whole new market, you know. I feel like there's just a lot of 13-year-olds that are like, I wish I could watch a 40-year-old play WoW. I actually think the most concerning thing would be if I got popular on TikTok. That would confuse the shit out of me. I don't know what I'd do with that. Like, if all of a sudden I started streaming to like 5,000 people on TikTok, I would just be like, stop. You guys probably have homework to do or some shit. Holy fuck, am I 40? Not technically for another like 4 months, but yeah, we're getting there. God damn, YouTube chat's moving so fast. Holy fuck, imagine if MDI looked like this. Drops, 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 drops. What's the item to add sockets? If you type setting, you'll see it. One week till 31. Well, if it makes you feel better, I was already like 32 when Mythic Plus came out. Oh shit, we got people talking. Hang on. Let's turn off the music. Hang on, let me make my camera a little. Dude, that guy kind of looks like Taliesin. Bro, look at that dude low-key bragging about having sex. Many years later, we we have a family. I think you know. And you could tell by the way he like hesitated. He's like, "We're still together. We we have a family." Like a lot, like just a lot. Just a lot of family. Actually, I have family every day. God, that dude's jacked. Volborn, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the J-Dot Babes. Same. Same way back in the day. It's crazy, dude. I used to be 12 too. KSG, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it. And welcome to the J-Dow, babes. Wait, are these twins? Do you think they were like a package deal? Damn, 25 people. That was a long time ago. Hell yeah. I'm trying to think if they asked me like my favorite memory from World of Warcraft. I think I'd have been like, dude, one time on Withered Gem, I got an Arcano Crystal with Leech on it. I used that son of a bitch for 18 months in a row. Yeah, that tracks. Is built by a 5-year-old. Bro, what was that? You want to get in deep with your guildmates and raid as hard as you can? Yo, phrasing, man. It's got to be Metzen, dude. It's got to be Metzen that kicks this shit off. And then everyone clapped. Yeah. That sounded like a darker story than they wanted to tell on the Warcraft Direct stream. Bro, I thought he said it was going to be 16 years later he contacted that dude. And I was like, what the fuck? It's a good thing I kept his card because 16 years later. Bro, can they hire this dude on the WoW team? Oh shit. HD assets. Bro, Warcraft 1 is holy shit. Bro, that's actually sick graphics. All right. It is crazy. When they said that it was the 10-year anniversary for Hearthstone, I was like, wait, really? What up, Leo? Okay. Now that's an interesting question. What would I associate each WoW spec or each WoW class with in terms of which StarCraft race? What's Druid gonna be? Well, I guess. Oh, really? Druid Protoss? Oh shit! Special music. Bro, sometimes you can just tell when somebody's reading off of a thing. Her eyes are like locked straight forward at something. Fuck yeah, distinct basement aesthetic. Just like my stream. Bro, these deadlines are getting more and more vague. The first one started like the remaster on Warcraft was like, this will be available today. And the next one's like, this will be available in January 2025. This one will be available in the first half of next year. What about Goldshire Inn? Bro, that name goes hard. The 33.4 mini set? Who the fuck is playing that card? That dude reminds me of Sloot. So that's what I haven't played yet. I don't think it's typically well received when a dude has two families. Oh, are they finally bringing this shit to PC? That should be it's got to be they're announcing that it's finally available on PC, which is one of the most annoying things about this shit. Yes, thank you God. Okay. The fact they've been teasing it being available on PC for like the last year and they've never made that happen. Thank God, dude. I might actually play it some more if it's on PC and I don't have to use my phone. It doesn't really seem like that many, I'll be honest. Oh no, that was a shot from the Blood Legion movie. Oh no. I've never run on Courage before. I was like, no, they're not, dude. That's the thing about Classic. You're not curious where it's going next. Okay. I don't know if I'll do Classic Mop. It's the one expansion I've just never played at all. Classic, classic. And I'm actually surprised that wasn't the real name of it. To skip it again. Yeah, dude, Ian with a beard goes fucking hard. No way, a plunder store. Okay. Undermine? With a D. Oh, dude, mother. Yeah, it's gonna be mother load. Ah, motherfucker, man. Oh, fuck yeah, more curios. Holy fuck, dude, that was Godzilla versus Kong. We're not doing shit. And for the PvPers out there, well, we did the classic stuff earlier. Horrific Visions Revisited. Bro, there's no way they do housing. There's no way they do housing. Coming sometime. Yeah, I noticed they didn't put the... Oh, okay, World of Warcraft Midnight. Okay, so next expansion. That's the first time I've seen Johanna. All right, dude, I'm glad it finished up there. I've been pressing snooze on the ads on my stream. You're allowed to do it 3 times before it just tells you to fuck off and it plays an ad. I've been snoozing ads. I've just pressed it the 3rd time like 3 minutes ago. And I was like, God damn it. If they start, if like my stream starts running an ad in the middle of like whatever the big reveal is going to be, like people are going to lose their fucking shit. So I'm glad that, I'm glad they wrapped it up there. All right. I gotta say, I don't know if we're gonna be sticking around for the World of Warcraft music shit. Here's what I'll do. I'm gonna go grab a drink. You can listen to couple minutes of this shit. We'll be right back. You know, it'd be really based is if this was copyrighted music and Blizzard turned this shit on their stream and everybody got banned. All right. And they say when we get housing, they were a bit roundabout. They said, first off, they didn't actually say this was the least committal announcement of player housing ever. They strongly insinuated player housing, but they didn't, I don't think, actually say player housing. Then they showed a graphic of the next expansion, but they did not say coming in next expansion. They just showed a graphic of the next expansion. So they now have plausible deniability on all fronts to say, well, we never actually said player housing. We didn't actually say next expansion. We just showed pictures of the inside of a home and then of the next expansion. And any crazy ass narrative you guys came up with about player housing next expansion is entirely on you guys. They tweeted it though? Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. All right, I have a joke for player housing that I need to tweet, but I have to think exactly how I want to make this joke. Okay, we're going to send it. Yep. All right. Arrows on your keyboard are now ASDW, and ASDW is now arrows on your keyboard. Oh, man, I have no idea. That sounds like your keyboard's fucking haunted or something. Any comments on the 2025 roadmap? I would really like them to not revisit Horrific Visions. Imagine for that, it's taking the idea of making a Xal'atath theme. Yeah, I mean, if I don't have to do anything in it, you know, if they don't make me do horrific visions, I guess that's one thing. But, and admittedly, I don't know that there's ever been a concept that I did as much of a 180 on as visions. Because when they first came out, I remember being like, man, these are cool. And then after about a month, I was like, this is the worst shit they've ever made. I never want to set foot in one ever again. Explain? I don't know. Like, that's just it, is like, it went from being like neat because it was novel and high pressure. So there was like a sweatiness to it. But then after a while, I was like, I don't want to be sweaty in horrific visions anymore. I don't want this to be stressful. I just want to show up and do my shit and get my loot and get out of here. I don't want to have to be giving this much of a shit. Kind of a letdown with the announcements. Yeah, it didn't really feel like it was that big of an announcement, TBH. Like, player housing was the only thing that felt like a big deal, I guess. The rest of it just seemed like a sort of a normal roadmap announcement. March 11th, season 2 start date. See, this is my that makes too much sense because I will be turning 40 on March 8th. And I had wanted to go back to my hometown around that time to celebrate turning 40 with some of my friends from high school. And I was like, I can already tell you when the launch of the new season will be, because it will for sure be exactly on my birthday to make sure that I can't go anywhere and do anything fun. So we will probably either have to try to go out early in advance of my 40th and just celebrate before, or rain check it and do something like over the summer or something. Already at 39 other B days? Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I just need to grow up. Just skip it. Maybe we're at that point in life where I could just like stop recognizing birthdays. One big surprise is it just went straight from season 3 to 12.0. Yeah. I'm trying to remember if they ever like announced those seasons on the roadmap previously. Oh, bro, this is the unfortunate part about not raiding on Wednesdays is that's all well and good, but like everybody else raids on Wednesdays, so maybe they'll just release Plunderstorm for like a whole season. If they did a mini Faded season. See, to me, that's like the thing about Faded is, in some ways, I want Faded to just be almost like a God mode season where you just give me everything, but I don't want to have to like go fucking do old raids and shit for it again. Like, if I want to do the raids, let me do the raids, but don't make me go back and do the raids for it. Just let me go, like, honestly, just let me go to a vendor and buy all my shit. I just want to play with all the trinkets from the expansion, mix and match tier sets, shit like that. Like, let me just have, you know, a few months where we just get to fuck around with everything. And be broken, whatever, go do raids if we want, go do Mythic Plus, PvP, whatever. And just like a goof around thing. Holy fuck, this is depressing. How the fuck are there so few keys right now? I don't want to do like 10s, man. Like, how do you get Unholy into 14 keys? Everyone just asks if you can play Frost. I don't know. Have you tried playing Frost? Wonder if player housing will be class based? I doubt it. Because it'll probably be like tied to your account. I doubt it'll be tied to your character. I imagine all of your characters will have the same house. Now maybe you can like pick themes for your own shit. Like maybe you can select among different locations, but I think it'll just be for all your characters. Now, every time I see player housing, I have to compare it to the game that had the best player housing of all time, which is Ultima Online, which is a game that the further we get from when Ultima Online launched, the more incredible it is how many ideas that game had that have still never been like executed on better than it did. For being one of the very first MMOs, it had so many ideas that would be considered innovative even today. And it's been like almost 30 years now since that game launched. But they allowed you to do player housing where you could just set down houses anywhere there was free space in the world. Like there were a bunch of different servers, so every server had their own player housing. It was different. But you would just go out here. And there were different sizes of houses. You had like some relatively little small kind of shack hut type houses. Then you had these huge ass fucking castles. And wherever there was space, you could put it down. So you could fly out here and you'd check, you'd have the deed to the house in your bag and you click on it and you would be able to like hover it and you could see it superimposed over the ground and you could move it around. And then if it fit, you just dropped it. Ta-da, that's your fucking house. And you'd walk out of a major city and, 10 seconds later, you're standing on somebody's doorstep. And it was cool to just be able to live somewhere in the world. It wasn't instanced housing. It was just out in the world. And that's what I wish that we got, even if it would be somewhat immersion breaking, perhaps. I wish you could just plop down a fucking house somewhere in the world. Again, we talk about, yeah, Ultima, dude. That is a formative game in my childhood. I would say Ultima Online was probably the game that made me a PC gamer. Up until that point in my life, we owned a PC at like as early as I think when I was like maybe like 5 or 6 or something. I think we had a PC around the house. We got internet when I was in like 4th grade or something like that. But I didn't really play games on the PC beyond, you know, like Solitaire or some random freeware bullshit. Until I was probably in like middle school, and it was Ultima Online really that was the first game where I was like, holy fucking shit. We got to upgrade our computer. Like, Mom, Dad, I need you guys to get a new computer, and also I need better internet. Like, we can't be having this old dog shit compact computer anymore. We got to do something good, because this is not cool. Hearthstone and a Homestone. Speaking of things that Ultima Online did that were sort of unique to it, and in UO, you could have runes that you could mark with a spell, and when you marked them, it would save where you were at that exact spot in the world. And then if you cast your recall spell on that rune, it would take you back to that spot instantly. And when the game first came out, I think you had to actually physically carry each rune around, and then eventually I think they added books. Maybe those were around from the start, I can't remember, but you'd have these books where you could store all of your runes in them, and it just became essentially a quick list of places in the world, and you could open up the book and cast recall on any particular spot you wanted, and it would take you back there. So you would have you could teleport around the world, but everybody's teleports were unique to them. You would oftentimes have similar spots, like you'd have your recall spots to different towns, and you'd mark where you wanted, and then you'd have player houses you want to be able to go to, or maybe dungeons you want to be able to go to, but everybody's particular spot where they recalled to was different, which became important sometimes in PvP, because if you knew where enemies' recall spots were, you could go camp the spot you knew they were going to recall into and wait for them, and they'd pop onto your screen and you beat the shit out of them before they could react to it. Bro, these keys are pathetic, man. Come on. I guess I could maybe go start working on my alts. I'll refresh for 3 more minutes to see if something pops up.
The coreway must be protected.
Astron's Call, some of you rolled? Yeah. Yup. Or Dark Age at Camelot. There was a time there in MMO history where you were just expected to jump to the next MMO every year or two. That was just how it worked. You didn't have this shit where you played one game for 20 years. You were just on to the next new shit every time. So it was like playing EverQuest or Ultima, and then like Asheron's Call came out, and then I think Dark Age came out after that, and then Asheron's Call 2 came out, and then I remember moving on to Shadowbane. EVE Online, I think, was around then. Oh, Anarchy Online. That was another one I played. Having that much variety sounds nice. Well, part of what it was that, like, at that point in time, the MMO part of MMORPGs was still very new. And it was what was exciting to players was the ability to play a game, a persistent world with a bunch of other people. So like that, just that concept sold the shit out of video games back then. That was its own unique selling point in gaming, was like, oh yeah, you can make a character and you can like log into it every day and it's the same thing and you can level it up and group up with people and go do shit. And so just that concept was enough to sell video games. And a lot of people would buy whatever you put out. And no game had really lasted. Like, in-game content wasn't really fleshed out in a lot of these games. It existed. A lot of them leaned heavily into PvP because that was what they knew they could do. Like, you let players level up or whatever, and then you let them start kicking the shit out of each other. But the PvE stuff was, in a lot of cases... I mean, when I played Ultima Online, the term they used was Care Bear. If you did PvE shit, if you tried to kill enemy, like monsters and not players, you got made fun of. Oh, you're a pussy. Oh, you fight fucking monsters. Okay, dude. Like, you want some warm milk too? And that became like almost like an epithet that if you were a PvEer, you were just, a noob that didn't know how to fight. And so you stuck to fighting NPCs. And I remember when WoW came out, we were talking about what server to play on, and it was like a deal breaker not to play on a PvP server. Like, no matter what we rolled on, it was going to have to be a PvP server. Because, like, ain't no way I'm going to play an MMO where I can't fight other people. And now, shit, get me the hell away from world PvP. But a lot of that was because there wasn't robust PvE content. WoW was one of the very first games. EverQuest had some of it, but WoW was one of the very first games that really had, like, shit you could go do. Like, challenging shit you could go do at max level. And they were really one of the first MMOs that had successful expansions. A lot of MMOs, they just like launched their game and then that was it. They just waited around until people started leaving. And WoW is one of the first to really lean into that. We're going to be every couple of years coming out with an expansion, which is going to be new content, new classes, new races, and figure out how to keep people on the cycle. But before that, it was basically like expansions weren't a thing. You just moved on to the next MMO. There was always a new MMO. Every time an MMO launched, there was some rumor about the next MMO coming out, and they'd build up hype for it. And you'd have all these features that it promised to have that they never actually had. It was always some vaporware bullshit that promised the moon and delivered like a tenth of that. But you would get excited. You'd read about it. You'd be like, oh my God, dude, world, like realm versus realm PvP over, you know, massive world objectives. This is going to be so sick. And then the new game would come out and you'd buy that and play that. And then you'd be like, it'd keep you entertained for 6 months or something. And then start to wear off. And then you'd start huffing the next MMOs, hype vapors. And you just keep moving through them like that. Every couple of years, you and your buddies would like move on to the next thing and to the next thing and to the next thing. And that was what made WoW kind of singular, was that it was a game that you just didn't leave. WoW broke that part of the MMO industry. It used to be that it was expected you would rise and then fall, and you just hoped that you maintained enough people playing that you could keep the servers running. These games would have really long tails at the end where the player base would drop off, and you just hope that there were enough people still logging in every day that you guys could all keep your job. And WoW was the first one that was like, nah, fuck that, man. Let's just keep smashing it every couple of years. Let's keep making new shit and keep more people subscribing and more people showing up. And then all the other MMOs, they still released a few after WoW came out, but once it became obvious that WoW was just king shit and people were sticking with WoW, then slowly but surely the rest of them stopped trying, because it was like, we're going to create a game that's better than WoW on our first shot. Nobody's going to play the game for more than like, you basically, if you create a new MMO, you usually have about 3 months to hook players long term. And then after that, they're just going to be like, I'm just going to go back to WoW. And who the fuck could create an MMO that competes with WoW within 3 months? Talents for Mythic Plus? Yeah. Okay, well, I think dungeons aren't happening on Druid. Wah, wah. Let's go, I guess look at I think did I collect enough crests to craft the mythic thing on Priest? Can't remember. Maybe able to create an MMO that competes with a portion of WoW. I mean, that's just it. WoW, when it came out, wasn't WoW today. WoW took a long time. That's really the unique situation WoW found itself in that you could not replicate today is that there was no omnipresent, perpetually evergreen MMO that WoW had to compete with when it came out. It was simply one among that cycle of upstarts that experienced their time in the sun for a year or two and then fell off. And so there wasn't something else for players to quit and go back to when you played WoW. You were waiting for the next thing. And when WoW made it obvious that it was also going to be the next thing too, you know, yeah, we made this we made this game, and then we're going to make an expansion in 2 years. And it's going to have more shit, new dungeons, new raids, new races, and your characters will persist. And it was like, oh, well, shit, I could just stay playing WoW forever? Well, that kind of owns. And they were allowed to, like, breathe and figure it out. There wasn't somebody constantly sapping their subscriber base. And it took some time. Certainly, WoW, when it first came out, was definitely not polished in any way, shape, or form compared to what it's ended up. So they needed that time to figure it out. But you don't get that time anymore when you're a new MMO. You're on the clock instantly. All right. What's our crest situation? Okay, we still don't have enough to craft a mythic crest, so Let's, I guess, go slam a Dungan. A mist? Don't mind if I do. Ah, fuck, it filled up. Where's a high IO mist? You're high. Not a fan of renewing Surge. So, WoW Analyzer has a module now that calculates the average cooldown reduction that you get per use of Swiftmend with that talent. And my, I checked over a few dungeons, both across the entire dungeon and on individual boss fights, and it said pretty consistently that I was getting between 1 and 1.5 seconds of cooldown reduction on my Swiftmend using that talent. And that's not useful. It needs to have some kind of like baseline. There needs to be some amount. It's like you save, no matter what, you save like 2 seconds on Swiftmend, and then it scales depending on the amount of health. But the fact that if you, the problem is there's a lot of times where I would use Swiftmend on a literal full health person to extend Sendward. And then the talent does nothing. I get exactly the normal CDR on Swiftmend. So unless the talent gives you a certain amount of baked-in cooldown reduction no matter what, and then you gain more depending on how low the health of the target is, I just don't think it's... I'm not using Swiftmend to always target low health people. In fact, I'm very often apparently not doing that. What the fuck? 2 survival hunters, huh? What is this group fucking waiting on? You guys need a shaman or... It's a fucking 11, man. Come on. All right, 3 paladins. It's a little weird. It's also a 12. I don't really want to do a 12. Just want to get my crest. Yeah, that seems fine. Come on, team. Where are we? Dornagal and Forge Grounds. You guys haven't moved. Oh, they said they're waiting for their weapon to be crafted. Let me have a look here. Okay. You got a Mythic Gardens. We can wait. That's fine. It's your first season. You've done all 10s, and now you're working on 11s and 12s. Do 12s just get rid of all Zaltath bargains, affixes, and make the enemies harder? Pretty much, yep. Once you get to 12s, it's just a matter of the dungeon scaling. There are no additional mechanics anymore. Ah. God damn, they're still waiting for their weapon to be crafted.
I have many, many wares.
I thought you said you were getting your weapon crafted. What the hell is this hero item? There it is. Let's go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
Empowered.
Dodge.
Okay. I don't know what's going on, but I'm slightly spooked.
Dispel. Dodge. Dodge. Dispel.
Your ascension
Epic.
is complete.
Dispel.
Empowered.
Beat. Beat. AoE. Beat. Beat. AoE. Epic.
Your ascension is
Beat. 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 Dodge. Dance.
Survive this.
Dodge.
Cannot control it.
Epic.
your
Dodge.
ascension is complete.
Empowered.
Dodge. Dance. Epic.
Your ascension is complete.
Dodge.
Alright.
Ingra Malok falls silent. The forest sighs in gratitude.
Yay! More friends are here to play!
Brave the mists, the danger beyond. Then our reunion.
Empowered. Empowered.
Knock.
Can you find your way through the mist? Choose wisely.
Stone and sigil show the way. One does not belong. One you must.
Epic.
Your ascension is complete.
Knock.
You did it! Good guess.
Knock. 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 Knock.
You did it! Good guess.
Epic.
Your ascension
Knock.
Empowered.
is complete.
Empowered.
Knock. Knock.
Hooray! You're almost there.
Epic.
Your ascension
Knock.
is complete.
Knock.
You did it! Good guess.
What's the thing that says empowered? It's a weak aura called Dibs on PI.
Dodge.
Empowered.
Dodge.
I'm gonna die, aren't I?
Empowered.
Shit, that was spooky.
Affix.
Your ascension
Dodge.
is complete.
Don't get lost.
Is that the wrong? Did I run into the wrong door? Here. Here. Oh, did I try to go into that door? Oops.
You did it. Good guess.
Thought that was this door. Didn't pay close enough attention.
Empowered.
Knock.
Empowered.
You did it. Good guess. We're gonna have so much fun.
Affix.
Your ascension
Dodge.
is complete.
Act. Dodge.
You can't dodge this.
Dodge. Act.
One of us is not like the other.
Hmm.
Dodge.
It's an interesting Frank Ocean remix.
Fixate. Act. Dodge.
Oh, thing's moving fucking fast.
Dodge. Affix.
Your ascension
Empowered.
is complete.
Empowered.
One of us is not like the other.
Dodge.
Let's circle again.
Empowered. Empowered.
Dodge. Fixate. Act. Dodge.
You can't dodge this.
Dodge. Fixate. Act. Affix.
Your ascension is complete.
one is empty.
Dodge. Add. Dodge.
Can't match this. That was fun. I haven't played like that in so long. Let's do it again.
The time for play has passed. The winds urge us forward.
Aw, okay. No more noise. Hey, this doesn't look right. It doesn't look right at all.
Tyrna's scythe withers as the gorm feast.
And swim good.
Be restored.
3, 2, 1. AoE.
Empower.
Three, 2, 1. Affix.
Your ascension
3,
is complete.
2, 1.
Empower.
AoE. Three, 2, 1. AoE. Affix.
Your ascension is complete.
3, 2, 1. AoE.
Empower.
Is this cell UI? No, this is LUI.
Empower. Empower.
Beat.
Empower.
Affix.
Your ascension is complete.
Ads.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Link. Call. Beat.
Adds. Fixate.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Link. All. Beat. Affix.
Your ascension is complete.
5,
Beat.
five, 4, 3, 2.
Link. Paul.
Empower.
Beat.
Adds. Fixate.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Empower.
Paul. Affix.
Your ascension is complete. Lakali slumbers, knowledge intact.
Empower.
Time will be inside.
3, 2,
Empower.
1. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE.
I told you that you were destined for great things.
Okay, now.
Rejoice, for you have aided the end of all things.
Do we want 11 City? Do I want to take an 11 City? I don't think I do. Kaboomki! Thank you for the resub, babe. 14 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Okay, let's go.
My directive is to serve you.
You?
Return and I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Can someone explain why people like player housing? I don't know, man. Like, people just like being able to do their own shit in game.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Gilded Crest, Guild Order. And Grimma told you burst down the lava bursters? I hope so. Those guys are fucking assholes. Alright, place the order. Do a little 12-hour banger.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Alright. Which... Oh shit, is this the Shaba Ranks? Alright. Here you go, Sock. You can have it turned up for Shaba Ranks. Remix. Shaba! Shaba! Shaba Ranks. Shaba Ranks. Like I'm Shaba Ranks. Like I'm Shaba Ranks. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Woo, 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 woo.
Is to serve you.
Shaba Ranks. Like I'm Shaba Ranks. Lakam Shah Shaba ranks.
Return and
Lakam Shah Shaba
through
ranks.
again.
Shah Shaba ranks. Shah Shaba ranks. Lakam Shah Shaba ranks. Lakam Shah Shaba ranks. All right, 4 onyx, 10 marbled stone.
My thanks for your patronage. I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
All right. Yeah, place it.
My directive has been fulfilled.
From a healer perspective, what class or spec is harder to heal / taking the most damage? Wait, what? I'm sorry, I'm misunderstanding the question. Like, what's the hardest class to heal? This is a weird song. Most squishy? So, do you mean like which healer is the most squishy, or like which person that you're healing is the most squishy? Because if it's the second question, like which person you're healing is the most squishy, I have no idea. Oops, somebody got Hall of Fame Queen Anne Sarek. Let's go. Who asked? I mean, I'll put it this way: as far as like squishiness, this season feels like there's like DKs and then there's everybody else. Oh shit, this is the song that's oh dude, we gotta turn up for this one. This is the bassiest song. Dude. I'm actually excited to listen to this next time in the car so that I can fucking feel it, dude. It's crazy what hasn't been up to lately. How to watch streamer get so wrapped up in politics? You follow the hustle, man. You play WoW, nobody gives a shit. You start talking about politics, people give a shit. You start talking about the right brand of politics, a lot of people start giving a shit. I need to get on that grift grind. I probably do. Maybe that's, you know, if I ever get too old to play WoW, we'll just start talking about politics. The problem is there needs to be a grifter angle for the left is the problem. I don't want to grift for the right. Maybe nobody does. Maybe that's the secret. Maybe nobody really wants to grift for the right. That's what you have to do to make money. But there needs to be a grift for the left that I can start. We can start doing that. Hassan seems to do okay. Yeah, maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. Grift for the left is somebody goes too far. But that's the point of grifting. That's the point of grifting. If you're gonna grift, you don't do the like reasonable centrist grift. You gotta say what the people want to hear. "16 City. Yes. We've been waiting. I've been waiting for this. Come on. Come on, you know you want. Look, Rogue, don't be a cuck. If you invite a disc priest, they're going to PI the shaman, okay? That's not great for you. But if you invite a druid, we all eat. Everybody gets Mark of the Wild. Ba 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 da. Ba 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 ba. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Come on, come on, come on, come on, dude. 16 is full and has been delisted. Arresto Shaman, bro. Come on. Bro, come on. Fucking Resto Shaman. That doesn't, you already had the buff. You already, they didn't even do anything for your damage. Who gives a shit? Come on. Who wants to time a key and do bitch damage? Like, is that even really... Does that even get your dick hard anymore? Like timing a key, but doing like sad damage. You know, you could be doing 3% more damage than you did. Like, excited to play Rumble on PC. Well, I haven't touched Rumble in like 2 months. I don't think I've logged into Rumble for a single minute since War Within launched. So maybe it'll get me to just log in, which would be a win for them. I wish I still needed a 14 Grimba. That'd be lit, right? That'd be lit. Bro, that tweet we made is kind of fucking popping off. That was a good one. It's hard. It's easy to make banger tweets when the expansion comes out. Everybody's on Twitter all the time. You're getting a lot of impressions without trying too hard. Like every tweet goes off at the beginning of an expansion. But then the race is over. The election's done. You know, like people aren't looking at Twitter anymore. It's just hard. It's just harder to get eyeballs on your tweets. So the home runs you hit at this point in the season, those are the ones that separate the men from the boys. Wasn't even aware of the whole ordeal with Equinox. I'm still not. I don't know what. Come on, can we just get like one little... Wait, is this Wildy's Paladin? Yeah, I'll send one with Wildy's Paladin. Fuck it. Oh no, it was a Disc Priest. One thing that genuinely worries me about WoW Twitter is I see people refer to WoW TWT. And I'm concerned that people associate me with whatever the fuck that is. Because that's... WoW Twitter is separate from WoW TWT. WoW TWT is like high school. And I tweet about WoW, but I am not that, whatever the fuck that is. Blue Sky win? Oh, when somebody holds a gun to my head and makes me start posting on Blue Sky, like, I'm too old to switch fucking social media platforms, man. Can't do it. Maybe if Blue Sky figures out a way to let me, like, import every follower from Twitter. These keys suck. These keys suck. I don't like titles like this. Or descriptions like this, where they have like a 13 list and it says 14 after. And I'm like, I'm aware of how our counting system works, yes. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 da, da, ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, da, ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, da, ba, ba, da, ba, ba, da, ba, ba, da, ba. Would I rather it say big D pumpers only? I mean, I kind of miss the big D pumpers. That's really how you can tell that the Asmon influence is sort of slipped in WoW, is we just don't refer to people as big dicks anymore. And that never would have happened when Zach was running the show. Thoughts on player housing? I don't know. I mean, people were excited. If you could rewind time and go look at if you go back in time and look at comments about garrisons when those came out, I'm sure people had the same hype for garrisons of like, oh, fuck yeah. It's not exactly player housing, but like we're going to get our own space and WoW. And then it got released and it was like, wow, this sucks. All right. People were mad about him back then, but only begrudgingly accepted him. I mean, but like, there's no indication that WoW housing is going to be any different now than garrisons. Now, I'd like to believe that 10 years on from garrisons, Blizzard has had the ability to maybe iterate a bit and recognize what people didn't like about garrisons and correct those things. But so far, they've literally only showed a dude walking into a house and said, player housing, next expansion. For me personally, I don't think they could possibly make houses I give a shit about. I don't know what they would put in them that would make me care. What if they have portal rooms to Mythic Plus dungeons? Yeah, I mean, that'd be if there's like quality of life things you could put in the houses. I guess I'd care about that. Yeah, if I mean, now that I have my auction house and mailbox on a mount, I don't know how much left there is in the game to make easier. But yeah, I mean, I guess if you put portals in my house. The nice part about being in an instance house is that my frame rate probably goes crazy in a house compared to Dornegal, which makes everybody feel bad about their computer. In some ways, I feel like Dornegal is like when like AMD or Intel collaborate with a game developer. I feel like the result of that collaboration should result in a thing like Dornegal every time, which is something that just like fucks the shit out of your CPU. And then you log in and you're like, oh, my frames suck in town. Oh, man. How do I fix this? And it's like, well, you could buy a brand new CPU. Then your frames would go up. And you'd be like, oh, my God. I want a new CPU.
I want a new CPU.
And
Oh my god.
like these companies need to not optimize the game for their CPUs. They need to make the game unnecessarily just ravage your computer.
Wow.
Just make everything feel bad.
Wow.
And be like, you could solve this with a credit card. It's really easy. You don't have to do any dungeons or raids or any of that shit. No PvP, just swipe.
That's not,
Frames go up.
it's not for the people. Not for the people.
Wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah. I'm cheering you on every time you said that, and I was like, yeah, glow.
Yeah, glow.
Yeah, glow. But then also, like,
I do. I might get one more.
you should get one tomorrow. No, you should get one. Yeah, you should get one tomorrow because we got we got the school dinner.
Yeah.
So then you could get one in the morning.
It's not a dinner.
It is Thanksgiving dinner at lunch.
At lunch. Okay.
What the?
Okay.
Skibbity toilet.
That's right. Okay, bye. Come on, dude. Put one fucking 15 up here. You won't. See, this more than anything is why you need to always be upgrading your gear in Vault. Not like if you could take an upgrade with like a tertiary on it or an upgrade with eye level, you take upgrade on eye level every time so that you look sexier in LFG. It's hard to stand out when in LFG, if I sign up to your group, it says 633. But if I could get an upgrade from Vault, even if it was not the best upgrade I could get, if I could get upgrades from Vault and go to 635, oh my God. And I say that kind of jokingly, but I know I do it. In Q, there's going to be a sea of people that are like 631, 632, 633. If some dude signs up and he's 636, it's like, yo, this dude probably blasts. Siege of Borealis, 15. It's weird to me. Of all the specs that I see doubled up in keys, it's like Paladin every time. I see it more often even than Shaman being doubled up. And neither of these guys brings a group buff. At least with 2 Shamans, one of you is bringing a group buff. With 2 Paladins, neither of you are bringing a group buff. Doesn't Pally bring 3% less damage taken? Yeah, but that's not one of those buffs that makes you go faster, you know? Did they get rid of ret and dev auras? They have dev, but there's no more red aura. So it's only 3% damage taken. And that's boring. Not sexy at all. Oh shit, Brewmaster. Let's go. Oops. Maybe I should take off the has tank. Does that open up any more groups for me? Looking for teams 16 to 18 keys. Same. Yeah, maybe I can't be this picky in high keys. Maybe I can't say you gotta have a tank. My LFG is more depressing than yours? Thank you. How big is Overwatch client to install? How many gigabytes do you need for Overwatch? How's 98 versus 7800 XTD? Yeah, it's noticeable. And Dornagal, which is the easiest place to have like a quantifiable measurement, I feel like you gain probably 20 FPS. And yeah, the big ticket item on the 9800 X3D is that it noticeably improves your 1% and 0.1% lows, which is where you notice the stuttering in raids and dungeons. And so improving those is what will probably lead to the most meaningful upgrade in terms of like your like lessening your frustrations in dungeons and raids, because that's where anyone ever gets pissed off, is when your computer starts chugging. Like, you don't really give a shit if you hit 300 FPS in raid if you're also routinely dropping down to like 10 FPS when something happens. So the 9800 X3D helps at the bottom end of your FPS when it dips. $50 gigs for Overwatch? Maybe we'll install that. Am I gonna be a Mercy main? Always. I was actually a Grandmaster Mercy. What was the most recent season I hit Grandmaster? I think it was season 4. I don't even know what the fuck season Overwatch got up to, but I think the last time I played was season 4 when we got GM and then we quit. Do some League so I can really lose my shit. League would have to be like Patreon content for me. If you really want to see me just melt down like that, it'd have to be like for subscription. Fuck, man. Remember when I needed Grimbatol 15 and we would have signed up for that? Those were the days. I think tomorrow we might go get a haircut. I haven't gotten a haircut in like 2 months or some shit. It's been a very long time. I get so lazy about getting haircuts. But we're supposed to go to a Thanksgiving lunch for my youngest stepdaughter. Her school is doing a Thanksgiving lunch for the parents tomorrow. So I actually have to go be in public. Make an impression on other adults. So maybe we'll go get a haircut tomorrow and then go get lunch. And then we got raid tomorrow. Then I'll come back feeling all fresh. Speak about the current WoW matter with other parents. I actually don't know what the fuck I would talk about with other parents around here. I guess maybe like Tennessee football. Hell yeah, go Vols. Is it weird talking about my job? The weird part about being a streamer is you have no idea how sort of fluent the person you're talking to is with content creation. So you could be like, I'm a streamer, and they'd be like, oh cool, like what you know, where do you stream, or like what platform, whatever. But then you could be like, I'm a streamer, and they could be like, oh what? And so it's just tough to know how much they're gonna understand what you're talking about. The one that like what really drove that point home for me was I went to CES like 4 years ago or something. Was doing a thing with MSI, and I was in the elevator coming down from my hotel room one morning, and there was a dude in the elevator, and struck up kind of a conversation. And he's like, so what do you do for work? And I was like, oh, I'm a streamer. I'm like, I'm at fucking CES, you know? If there's any place in the world, if there's any point in time where I feel especially confident that if I say, oh yeah, I'm a streamer, somebody's gonna be like, oh, okay. You know, the Consumer Electronics show. Like, yeah, I'm a streamer. And he just kind of gave me like a weird look. And he's like, oh, what's that? And I was like, are you really, man? Like, At CES, you're gonna ask me what the fuck a fucking streamer is, dude? Like, oh shit, they named Matt Gaetz Attorney General. Bro, this next 4 years is gonna be lit as fuck. Man, like, there's like one fucking key. Man, just let me do like one key today. Ba, 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 da, ba, da, ba, 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 ba. 18 keys. There's no shot any happened to craft my ring in between keys, right? I think the answer is no. No. Unlock. I hoped if I had logged off and logged back on, then magically there'd be a 16 key here, but I guess that's not how that works. Because this world sucks. Don't have a team? No. Nope. Okay, well, I'm bored and keys suck, and so I think we're just gonna call it there. I don't know what time stream's gonna be on tomorrow. Like I said, I think I may go get a haircut in the morning, and then we're going to lunch. So I may just hold off on streaming. Or today or tomorrow may just be a total day off, depending on how I feel when we get back. Because it'll just be raid. So that'll probably be a play it by ear thing. So we'll either be a shorter stream tomorrow afternoon, or maybe just call it till Friday. Come back and try to bang some keys over the weekend. So anyway, I hope you guys had fun watching. I had fun streaming as usual, primarily a Mythic Plus stream. So if that's something you're interested in or want to learn more about, hit the follow button. I'll do my best to both educate and entertain you, and I will see you tomorrow or Friday. We'll see.